apart with your earring, walking tall, doing your best to make me feel small. If you can't see my mirrors, then I can't see you. So don't say you won't forgive me, 'cause you always do. At least you say you do. It's funny how when it's upside down, I push through, I just put up with you. Okay, love you, but okay, love you, but okay, love you, but oh well, note to self, 4 pints and I'm someone else, but you're no angel, please. So could you just put up with me? If you can't see my mirrors, then I can't see you. So don't say you won't forgive me, 'cause you always do. At least you say you do. It's funny how when it's upside down, I push through, I just put up with you. I just put up with you. I just put up with you. Took my breath away, moving slowly through westward water, over glacial plains, and I walked off you, and I walked off an old me. Oh me, oh my, I thought it was a dream, so it seemed. And now breathe deep, I'm inhaling. You and others stare in between. Leave me bleed, I'm exhaling. You and coming home to your tender, sweet loving. You're my one and only woman. The world needs a bitter taste in my mouth, girl. You're the only one that I want. Wanna be around. Wanna be around, girl. Wanna be around, girl. Ooh, wanna be around. Baby, I would be grieving if you wanted to leave me all alone by myself. I don't want nobody else. The world leaves a bitter taste in my mouth, girl. You're the only one that I want. Wanna be around. Wanna be around, girl. Wanna be around, girl. Ooh, wanna be around. Baby, 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 I'm coming home to your tender, sweet loving. You're my one and only woman. The world needs a bitter taste in my mouth, girl. You're the only one that I want. Wanna be around. Wanna be around, girl. Wanna be around, girl. Ooh, wanna be around, girl. I need you, baby.
Ready, y'all.
Girl.
Yo.
I need your loving.
How we doing? Happy Sunday. Alrighty. Let's get started. Oh, hi. Come here. Come here, my little teacher boy. Loneliness. Oh, thank you for the love. Thank you for the love, TT. It's a cozy Sunday. I've got the Pikachu. I've got the Pikachu fit on. I've got my little teeny tiny baby boy. It's a real cozy Sunday. We've just been reading and doing cozy stuff. Today was my honors ceremony. Congrats! Congratulations! A cozy Shrek Sunday, perhaps? Perhaps. Is this cozy? Is this cozy? Okay. Okay, you want to go. Remember the days of having your monitor plugged into the wrong place and now Will calls you for tech support? I really haven't come that far. It's just the only thing I know that Will doesn't know is the streaming bag. It's the only thing that he just does not like. I'm in control of it. So that's why whenever he wants to do a rare IRL, I operate it. But I'll take it. Okay? I'll take it. It's nice to like have something that I know how to do it and he doesn't. And so he needs me for it. That's right. I know I need to get him a matching outfit. I honestly can't believe how long they worked out. I thought they were going to do like 1 to 2 hours. They worked out for so long. I just don't even know how you do that. I get so bored. Like the maximum I can do is an hour. Otherwise, I'm bored out of my mind. I feel like I would rather do anything else. I get so bored. Did they hit the full 8 hours? No, because the battery. Okay, so also the reason that I can't do a cooking stream is because so this morning he woke me up and he's like, "Hey, I want to go do a stream with Spooky or with John." And I was like, "Okay." So I was trying to get the bag together and I realized the charger for the batteries, I think I must have left in Portugal. So one of the batteries was dead and then another one had 87%. So I was like, okay, you might be able to get like maybe 2 hours out of that. I know I just dead named Spooky. John Choi. Nodder Smoke Time, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. White Peepo, thank you for the gifted. Bathtub Enjoyer, thank you for the 24 months. Lilith, thank you for the 25 months. Centaur, thank you for the 20 months. I know, I fucking did it again. He's so funny because, and I knew this would happen. Did you see Trump said he wants to tariff movies at 100% that are made outside the US? I didn't. But you know what? God. It's such a beautiful word. Tariff, it's such a beautiful word. Who needs international films, you know? Anyway, so Will this morning was like, yeah, I didn't really realize that I was going to have to get everything together for the stream because when John said that he wanted to do a workout stream, I was like, okay, sure, let's do it, dude. And then he said, I need some help. And Will was like, what do you need help with? He said, well, I need a gym. I need a streaming setup. And I don't know how to operate it at all. So Will's like, yeah, I got you, dude. So then he turned to me and he's like, can you help me get this together? So like everything. John needed everything. I don't think John has things because he also asked me if he could use my kitchen to do his cooking stream for round 2 of Next. And I was out of town and I had my setup with me. Otherwise, I obviously would have let him. But I'm like, John, what do you possess? What are the things that you do have? I know, he is always moving around. But I was confused because I'm like, I know you live somewhere. Is there no kitchen? What is this, New York? What's the dog doing? The dog is trying to figure out what to do. And he knows what this means. He knows when I talk to the computer. He knows when I talk to the big things on the thing. That means he doesn't get attention in the way that he wants. If he comes over here, I'll give him attention. But he's like, chicken and walk? That's not happening right now. Eyebrows and face is... Thank you. I'm doing my break from eye makeup day because my eyes are just feeling crusty. I hate that word, but sometimes when I wear mascara and eye makeup for like too many days in a row, my eyes just start feeling, yeah, you guys know what I mean. They just start feeling like gross. It's such a nice break, isn't it? It is. And then like the longer you take a break, when you put mascara on next, your eyelashes just seem so much more luscious and strong. You're like, oh, okay. That's why it's good to take breaks so that my lashes don't become boop. My eyes start to feel like they're about to get an infection. Yes, me too. That wasn't supposed to be a humble brag. Like, I have no makeup on. I just mean it is good to take breaks from wearing mascara and stuff. But thank you, alien girl. I'll take the compliments. You know, I spent enough money on these first time chatters, so they're doing their job. Deanie, thank you for the bits. All right, you guys. So, fun announcement for tomorrow. Tomorrow is usually podcast day, but I called Sam and I said, okay, I have an idea. So obviously tomorrow is the Met Gala, and we know who loves to make an appearance once a year. The notorious enemy of Anna Wintour, that fucking bitch. Fashion. So I said to Sam, what if Ruth and Fashion reunite for the Met Gala? We have not seen them since we last left them in GTA. They're probably dead, or they're like kingpins at this point. But we have decided to bring back the dynamic duo of Ruth and Fashion to watch the Met Gala red carpet tomorrow. So it starts at, I believe, 2:30 Pacific time, 5:30 Eastern time. So it's going to be an early stream. But I actually think the theme is, I really love the theme. So I'm excited for it. I don't always love the theme. I really love the theme. I am a little like thinking about what some people are going to wear. I think there's going to be some real disasters tomorrow. But if you don't know, the theme is Black Dandyism. And one of the co-hosts is my obsession, Coleman Domingo, he exemplifies Black Dandyism. So it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect that he is going to be, he's one of the co-hosts of the carpet tomorrow, of the show tomorrow. And the theme, like the whole theme is titled Super Fine Tailoring Black Style. So it is inspired by Monica Miller's 2009 book, Slaves to Fashion, Black Dandyism and the Styling of Black Diasporic Identity. So the gala, which of course has the accompanying exhibition, because the Met Gala, even though it is an extravagant display, you have a lot of the wealthiest people gathered in one room. It's very extravagant. It is a fundraiser. It is a charity gala for the Metropolitan Museum, which enables the fashion fashion institute of the Met Gala to be funded. And so they put on the exhibition every year. So this year it is going to show the fashion of Black men throughout history. The book that the gala is based on traces from slavery to colonialism, which feels quite appropriate for this moment, although there are definitely going to be people there tomorrow that are just wearing nothing but hypocrisy because they support things like colonialism while attending a gala that is specifically about a style of fashion that has roots in colonial era. And then it also goes through political and cultural movements like the Harlem Renaissance, the Civil Rights Movement of the 1960s, all the way up to the 21st century with icons like Janelle Monáe and Andre 3000. So it is a style. It is a style that is not just about impeccably tailored suits. When you think of Coleman Domingo, you think of an amazingly, impeccably tailored suit with beautiful accessories, right? Just like things that are eye-popping, that just really stand out. But it's also about how the clothing deliberately evokes political and historical ideas. And it's also supposed to be very individualistic. Wisdom K did not get invited, which... See, this is why I don't fuck with Anna Wintour, okay? There's a lot of reasons I don't fuck with Anna Wintour, but this being one. If you don't remember the Met Gala from last year, this is Wisdom K, who had one of the best looks. Okay, like this is a person who would slay on any carpet, but especially a carpet for the Met Gala that is celebrating Black dandyism, that is celebrating Black style. Like, this was for him. This was for him. But he wrote this on Twitter. I was not invited to the Met. I know you guys want to see me there, so just letting y'all know. Looking forward to seeing all the beautiful interpretations of Black dandyism tomorrow. And then someone said, you not being invited to the Met Gala, despite the theme being super fine tailoring Black style, is truly shocking and just outright disrespectful. You're quite literally the modern day embodiment of this theme and have worked 10 times harder than the majority of the people that were invited to make a name for yourself in the fashion world. Anna Wintour needs to do better. Fuck you, Anna Wintour. So trust that fashion will be coming tomorrow with nothing but heat for that woman. Hassan's gone shopping with him on stream for streamer awards before. You know, I hate that man. I want you guys to know I am behind all of the hate campaigns of Hassan Piker. I am living to see his downfall. Yeah, so anyway, this is just, it's just stupid. It's stupid and it's insulting. I'm still not over finding Issa Briones follows him and I'm not telling him. I know. He's amazing. Yeah. I don't personally know him, but I love his style and I think he should absolutely be there at the gala. Sasha, thank you for the 24 months. Wisdom is fashion nowadays, and I think the olds are scared. Yeah, you know, it's interesting because Anna is obviously trying to be like culturally and politically relevant, which is why she'll do something like call up the author of a book that details the style and history of Black dandyism and be like, hi, I think that we'd like to consider your book being the theme of this year's Met Gala. But she is, at the end of the day, Anna Wintour. Do not trust her. Do not trust her. Yeah, this is a style that is again a timely choice given the current political moment, and it is going to be one that showcases the brilliance and the oft forgotten history that Black culture plays in the designs and the history of fashion. This is La Roche's Super Bowl, yes. Zendaya, I'm assuming, is going, and I'm sure she'll just be look like a gift from the gods. Holy fuck.
Fucked up and make the Met Ball black!
Boo!
I count 6 shots. Listen at the bend up. A nigga jury real nothing like a can. I want to say one thing. They done fucked up and make the Met Ball black!
They done fucked up and made the Met Gala black. Okay, let's watch this video on
been associated
just to help you understand this more. So, like I said, tomorrow, mark your calendars. Fashan and Ruth will be live early. I'll probably be live around 2 o'clock Pacific time, and we will be watching and commenting on the red carpet. Not literally on the red carpet, but we will be watching. We will be watching and commenting. The biggest problem with The Devil Wears Prada is that Meryl Streep humanized the Anna Wintour character too much. The real one is closer to Cruella de Vil. Yeah, she's also a boomer. So she, in trying to stay with the times, in trying to seem as if she is, that she's with it. That she's not just a relic of the past. That's why she has this year chosen a theme like this. But just remember who she is, okay? We do not fuck with Anna Wintour.
Tomorrow is an important day in the universe of America.
And not just because she blacklisted Fashan from the Met Gala.
American fashion. It's time for the Metropolitan Museum's anxiously awaited Met Gala. Michelle Miller offers a behind-the-scenes look.
You are always so sincere with your critique.
There is no invitation more coveted in New York City than this one. A star-studded red carpet ascent into the Metropolitan Museum of Art, the first Monday of every May. But the cause driving the Met Gala since 1948 has been this.
I love these pieces.
The museum's esteemed Costume Institute and its annual fashion exhibit.
You're still putting things together.
I mean, right until the very, very end. Making sure that each piece is presented in its absolute best light.
Co-curator Monica Miller oversaw final preps on our visit for Superfine, tailoring Black style.
This section is called Cosmopolitanism.
The first time the Institute is centered on Black culture, in this instance, the male form, and in particular, the dandy.
So what is the...
I also just have to show you a look. So, oh my God, they're already teasing out pre-Met Gala looks. This is like one of the most beautiful things I've seen. Jeremy Pope in vintage McQueen. The color, the lines, everything. It's so stunning. It's so Gorgina.
Definition of a dandy.
Someone who studies above all else to dress elegantly and fashionably.
Who studies above all else.
Yes. Black people in particular bring to dandyism an understanding, right, of how they have been represented, a desire to self-represent.
The point of fashion forming identity begins with Julius Sobiese, an 18th century formerly enslaved man who enjoyed a close relationship with the Duchess of Queensberry.
He could himself negotiate his own status in terms of how he was perceived, but also how he was presenting himself.
In America, dressing above station, while perilous, also accessed freedom.
William and Ellen Craft, an enslaved couple who, were planning their escape. They understood that if they were able to dress differently, they would be taken very differently.
The catalyst for the exhibition was really the passing of Andre Leon Talley in January of 2022. And, Andre was a remarkable fashion icon and so loved in the fashion community.
Andrew Bolton is the curator in charge of the Met's Costume Institute.
I think that's something that a lot of people who, not saying I am some great student of fashion, whether it be in the way that I dress or just in my understanding of the history of fashion, but I do understand how fashion is interwoven with culture, with politics, with globalization. It is very much so a fabric, part of the fabric of our society, and how fashion has always been a tool for people, often from marginalized groups, to express their gender, to express their identity, to make political statements. So fashion and politics are very much so intertwined, and not always in like a positive way. I think people may not understand the whole history of fashion, but may understand how, for instance, fashion and the look of the SS uniforms in Nazi Germany played a role in the image and the aesthetics of Nazi Germany. Wow, I had no idea about any of this. Yeah, I think a lot of people think about fashion and it seems frivolous, it seems absurd, and I get that the Met Gala is this really posh event that the biggest stars go to, and there's a lot of wealth that is consolidated within one room. It is a fundraising event, as I said. It benefits the Costume Institute. It is a charity gala, so much could be said for any charity gala that has a lot of, the rich and famous at it. But I think more importantly than that is like just the understanding of the role that fashion has played throughout history. Cue Meryl Streep's Devil Wears Prada speech. Yes, which we reference all the time. And so with Black Dandyism this year, it's absolutely coming at a crucial time in our politics, and it is, I think, a way of it's not just like looking at pretty clothes on a carpet, but it is looking through this lens of how clothing, one, evolves throughout history, how you have these trends, these styles that you can trace from like 200 years ago to the iterations that you see today. The historical and cultural significance that is literally within the fabric of the clothing. My fashion historians out here working overtime. Yeah, the people in chat who have a knowledge and a love of fashion history, who know a lot more than I do, could absolutely back me up on this. But this is like one thing that I seek to, even when I myself am not thoroughly educated on something, I do know that you have to look below the surface. You have to understand how like all of these elements of culture are not just something to examine on the surface, but have a long history, have played a role in the shaping of society, in individual identity.
He remembers Leah.
My cousin's in fashion school and just did a show with a focus on trans and NB confirming fashion. It was so good. Yeah, and of course, Black fashion designers, Black artists, Black cultural creators have a very important place in history, but are often ignored, are erased, have had their art stolen from them as they have been pushed to the margins.
Talley, who for nearly 30 years helped guide Vogue magazine.
The best definition I ever got was fashion is a reflection of our times.
And editor at large.
A lot of his obituaries would describe him as a dandy. And I was very familiar with the history of dandyism in England, but I was less familiar with what happens when the dandy is racialized.
Dandyism, as Bolton sees it, dances around boundaries of all kinds.
He has this sort of amorphous character. He exists between male and female, straight and gay. Then he also challenges the space between white and black.
For centuries, dandyism has been associated with white Europeans, men like Beau Brummel.
Seems now fashion is leading to more environmental damage than is helping express culture. If you're referring to fast fashion, I do not support fast fashion. So I would implore you to separate the history of Black dandyism from that of the current fast fashion. And obviously there is a lot to critique there, to look at what does that mean about where our society is at? And I don't just mean like because it's cheap. I mean the loss of originality, the wanting to just have an outfit for every occasion and then get rid of it when you're done. The embracing of trends that are trends in that they are trends for a moment, in that you can purchase cheap clothing online and have a new outfit every single day. Single use type garments. The most serious people about fashion are very invested in sustainability. Right. Some of the pieces of clothing that I have that are my mother's, or that are pieces that I thrifted that are decades old, are far superior in quality and outlast many of the modern pieces of clothing I have, even if it is not fast fashion. Like, that is another thing with the decline in quality from even brands that are supposed to be quote unquote designer, where I will examine something that I have found in a thrift shop that is designer from 30, 40 years ago to what modern designer clothes look like. And even that has reduced in quality.
Lord Byron and Oscar Wilde. They didn't just produce art and literature, they produced themselves.
Would you consider yourself a dandy?
I don't consider myself anything necessarily. It's part of my discipline, I would say.
Nigerian artist Ike Ude serves as special consultant for the exhibit, and not just for his style expertise, though that didn't hurt.
So when you get up in the morning, how do you get dressed?
Certain clothes would beckon you to wear them, and some might not.
So what beckoned you to wear velvet today with checkers?
For simplicity and for silhouette.
The photographer has poignantly captured those who many might consider to be the dandies of our day. Oscar nominee Coleman Domingo, for one, on the cover of Vogue.
Would someone not want to be called in this day and age a dandy?
You could call somebody a dandy, but a dandy doesn't call himself a dandy.
Oh.
Yeah.
And why is that?
Because it's needless to say.
It's like, it is what it is.
Indeed, yes.
A complicated concept for sure, but one Ude believes anyone can appreciate.
The exhibition is going to have this kind of osmosis. You just drink and soak in all these beautiful moments and passages. Human beings have always had a beauty instinct. It's there.
The beauty is in more than 200 objects in the show, dating back over 300 years. Everything from Frederick Douglass's tailcoat to a suit designed by another modern-day dandy, Pharrell, the men's creative director of Louis Vuitton. Even a shirt worn by Prince. With sports icon LeBron James as honorary chair of the gala, and superstar hosts like gold medalist Simone Biles and Grammy winner Usher, tomorrow's Met Gala is leaning all the way in.
A moment in time where, for a lot of African Americans, there seems to be an attack on their culture. What will this moment at the Met mean?
I don't know what it will mean for everyone, but what I can tell you that I'm really excited to be presenting Black history, perhaps in a way that people hadn't been used to addressing it and recognize those moments, right, either in their own lives or in the lives of people that they care about. Even if it's only a moment between you and your mirror, everybody understands what it's like to put on something that makes you feel beautiful.
I mean, okay, let me be silly for a second. Did you see Simone's the purple one? I saw her in a purple outfit. It was gorgeous. Rain, thank you so much for the 6 months. Let me be silly for a second. Okay, so not to be like the Swiftie Gen Z revolutionaries who are like, we grew up reading Hunger Games and listening to Taylor Swift. You think we're not going to be being a part of the revolution? But in the Hunger Games, one of my favorite characters is Cinna. Cinna, who is a fashion designer extraordinaire who uses his talent and his artistry to, like, that's the role that he plays in the revolution, and how a big part of Katniss's becoming the Mockingjay is stepping into the designs that Cinna left for her. And again, that was his way of rebelling against the political empire, and how that's like a really important part of not just the Mockingjay book, but like throughout the book, the use of fashion when using it as metaphor, and also like it having not just a metaphor in the book as well, but like real tangible impact. The girl on fire. That's right. He showed true courage. He did. R.I.P. Cinna. You were the GOAT. You were truly you were truly a king. I'm sorry, I don't remember who Cinna was in the Hunger Games. Cinna was he was the Katniss's designer, and he dressed her when in the first book when she was reaped, and he made her the girl on fire, and then he helped turn the Mockingjay into a symbol of revolution. And then he is also Lenny Kravitz. If you've seen the movies, he's also Lenny Kravitz. This scene.
Fishing. I get it. I like it. That's very good.
Girl on fire.
We have 2 power plant workers, right? And then, what is that in the background?
Cinna's the La Roche to Zendaya. Zendaya, who's going to be leading the revolution.
Now see that? I love that. 2 young people holding their hands up.
No,
saying,
this movie came out like 12 years ago.
We will not be overlooked. Now, I love that. People are sure going to be paying attention to them right now.
All right, anyway, you guys get the point. Speaking of fast fashion, my belt just broke on my pants. As we speak, my belt just broke on my shorts. God. No. Just imagining you sitting there being like, yeah, yes, Caroline. The shorts just break. All right, let's watch this video and then we will get into we will get into film night.
Hello and welcome back to my channel. So yeah, I'm sure that y'all didn't expect to see me today. I flopped. I thought the Met Gala was next week, but it is coming up this week, tomorrow. If you're watching this the day I posted it. And so today I want to go ahead and get into this year's Met Gala theme, which is super fine tailoring black style. And honestly, this is a theme that I'm pretty excited for because it combines two of my favorite things, black people and good tailoring. Also, I'm anticipating that this will be an easier theme to dress to, so we'll probably see more on-theme looks, but who knows? Let's go ahead and get into what this theme is. This year's theme is super fine tailoring black style, chosen by Andrew Bolton, the chief curator of the Costume Institute.
I'll look at the Trump tariffs
Not
afterwards.
just that, the gala is more specifically inspired by the 2009 book Slaves to Fashion, Black Dandyism, and the Styling of Black Diasporic Identity by Monica L. Miller, who guest curated the Met exhibit. And this quote, taken directly from Time, says that the gala will focus on the evolution of tailoring and style to the formation of black identities.
People really are excited, I think, to come to the Met and to understand the story that we're trying to tell here about black fashion and black style, the way that it's a complicated story, right? One that's really based on the rhythm and the blues. So there are moments of joy and transcendence and beauty that are counterposed in the exhibition with moments that are a little bit more related to sort of like hard histories.
According to Time, this is the first time since 2003's Men in Skirts theme that the Met Gala is going to focus on menswear. The book is a few hundred pages or so I haven't read the entirety of Slaves to Fashion, but I have read excerpts of it in college and was able to find a copy of it online to reference again for this video, thankfully.
Also, the term superfine, so the title of the book, which is Superfine Tailoring Black Style, that term is borrowed from the memoir of Olaudah Equiano, and he was an enslaved West African. He purchased his freedom in 1766, and he spent, quote, above 8 pounds of my money for a suit of superfine clothes to dance with at my freedom. So it is, the reason that is part of the title is because it reflects the historical significance as this style, the Black Dandyism style, as both imposition and liberation. And so it is the tension between politics and aesthetics.
Diasporic identity, in short, basically means blacks in the diaspora outside of Africa, be that in Europe, the Americas, the Caribbean. Dandyism, or being a dandy,
going to look Black Dandyism in the eye.
He refers to an impeccable, very well-dressed, well-tailored man, one who clearly invests in his fashion. And the term originated in the Regency and Victoria eras of England. 19th century fashion icon Beau Brummel is probably one of the best-known original dandies. While being a dandy is about looking very put together, it's about being so put together that your clothes do the talking. And not like in the Steve Jobs, I'm so wealthy, tech expert, I just don't care, need to have a sleek look. But no, my taste is so good. I display how impeccable it is by having these accessories, these fabrics, these patterns, these prints, yet nothing clashes. I got that shit on, and I don't really need to tell you that I do. You see it. If you've never seen a picture of Beau Brummel or anything, you might have heard him reference in Annie without knowing it, because he is referenced in You're Never Fully Dressed Without a Smile.
Your clothes may be Beau Brummel-y, they stand at a mile.
Often these European fashions, which are markers of class as much as they are aesthetic, they would be seen not just on the man in question, but also his servants or his slaves as a marker of his wealth. Like, I'm so rich, I have so much excess, I can ornament my property the way that we would get a car fully loaded or want the fridge that has the tablet on it or would do to another object. And of course, in terms of a human, it's another form of control, taking their autonomy to the point where they're not even dressing themselves. And in terms of a slave, another way to have them so close to that luxury that they're meant to believe is too good for them and that they don't deserve to be around in any capacity other than labor. So the clothes aren't necessarily a gift or given out of kindness. At least from an American perspective, Monica explained there became this uncomfortability with the image of a dandy, not necessarily the principle behind one, because of the popularity of minstrel shows, especially in the mid-19th century during their peak.
So, for instance, W.E.B. Du Bois, he was often caricatured as a dandy. It was supposed to be racist and unflattering. And so he rejected the label because he saw the connection of Black dandyism and blackface minstrelsy. Because Black people were depicted as minstrels, as you can see here, in a very racist way. There were Black civil rights and thought leaders at the time who rejected the label because of the white perspective, making Black dandyism into this unflattering title.
This dandy image was often used as a caricature to mock Black people, as if to say, they may acquire access to the clothes, the look, but never the actual prestige, equality, or respect. Several of these minstrel characters even had dandy in the name, such as Dandy Jim, played by Barney Williams. Monica notes the purpose of a lot of these blackface dandies was to get across the quote-unquote increased threat that Blacks pose were they allowed social equality to whites. Monica writes, although the early minstrel show presents the dandy in different guises, constant in its portrayal of Blacks in fancy clothing is the figure's association with sexual threat and class critique. In the case of the blackface dandy, the donning of the clothing of elites translates to a desire not only for social mobility, but also for the most extreme form of integration, interracial sex. The threat of free Blacks was expressed as what Locke describes famously as the bold swagger, irrepressible desire, sheer bodily display of the Black dandy. Black dandyism is this mix of European fashion, American fashions too, but a Black take on it, so to speak. It was present prior, but post-emancipation it becomes even more of a method of self-distinction as more Blacks are acquiring the autonomy and means to ornament themselves however they choose. And many, of course, just more so than they had been able to in the past, as they're probably still not yet wearing exactly what they would want. But more choice, more access to choice is always a win because fashion has always played a role in identity.
Mm-hmm.
Going decades forward into the 1920s, dandyism continues to evolve during the Harlem Renaissance,
Fun fact, you don't pronounce
which takes
WB
place
the French
post-emancipation, one, and secondly, post the Great Migration.
It's the
There's
French
a mix
major
of arts,
in me.
culture, poetry, people wear clothes, fashion is art, so fashion too. This is still in a time when people would have a lot of their own clothes made themselves or likely would buy them from local boutiques or shops. Several Black artists and intellectuals like Josephine Baker or Langston Hughes, not only do they spend a lot of time in Harlem, spend time traveling the rest of the country, but also spend time abroad in Europe in places like London or Paris.
Shea Coulee, RuPaul's Drag Race winner from Chicago. I mean, my God. My God. Fabulous. You know who needs that outfit? Fashion.
So they're
Shea
picking up the
Coulee.
fashion, the arts, the cultures over there and bringing those home as well.
Freckles,
There's
thank
this
you
note of
for the 3
protest
months.
in Black dandyism, of subversion
Yes, I will be
to
streaming
be the
tomorrow.
impeccably dressed Black person when the stereotype, the expectation, the goal of some even is for you to be otherwise. Outside of that, there's also this often true concept that you have to be twice as talented, articulate, or presentable, sometimes even to get half the opportunity. This more refined image was thought to be tied with increased respectability. In terms of dress, at least, it's an idea that, if a Black person or other minority dresses the part, overdresses the part, then white people have no choice but to treat them as equals. Not saying that's what always happened, let's be real. But more so the thought was it makes racism look even more illogical if I prove through education, dress, things like that, there's no real difference to us other than skin color. Respectability politics is a more modern term, but the concept of respectability in general, especially in proximity to whiteness, was an idea championed by thinkers like W.E.B. Du Bois, who himself at one point believed the most talented tenth of Black Americans should be at the forefront of securing rights and equality for the rest. He claimed this talented tenth must be made leaders of thought and missionaries of culture among their people. And of course, these would often be wealthier Blacks who had access to higher education, arts, and social resources. In Slaves to Fashion, though, Monica Miller does mention Du Bois' belief in the centrality of the aesthetic, at least in his earlier work. I love this quote where she's discussing the character of Matthew in one of Du Bois' books, Dark Princess, who is a dandy or could be described as one. She notes the sort of double-edged sort of it all when it comes to dandyism, or Black people conforming to this respectability or this centrality of the aesthetic. And she writes, "To do so means affirming the place of beauty and the beautiful in the service of Black equality, while at the same time redefining and broadening traditional notions of the beautiful and art beyond the bounds of race." Also, as she points out, dandyism isn't purely opposition to whiteness or just wanting to dress like white people. It really becomes much less so as Black dandyism continues to evolve. A great example are hairstyles like the conch or zoot suits, originally popular with musicians of the Harlem Renaissance.
I think FD talked about how Du Bois changed his opinion on the talented 10th concept later in life. I feel like that's a video I'd love to watch.
Calloway, Louis Armstrong, or Dizzy Gillespie. Zoot suits are characterized by their baggy, voluminous pants and long jackets with shoulder pads, and were often brightly colored or patterned.
Yeah, so a lot of this is a lot of this is about how in controlling your own image, you were able to control and have and have power over your place in society. So Josephine Baker, who was a jazz icon, she started off as an exotic dancer and then rose to become this global icon. And that was through her strategically manipulating her image. So the way she was able to defy the expectations that were placed upon her was largely through the way that she, took a hold of her style and her image.
This excess fabric was especially rebellious considering wartime rations on fabric. A Smithsonian article on the brief history of the zoot suit explains, to underscore the style's almost treasonous indulgence, press accounts exaggerated the price of zoot suits by upwards of 50%. But even the real cost of one was near prohibitive for the young men who coveted them. Malcolm X, in his autobiography, recounts buying one on credit. Especially when considering making that treason look worse by exaggerating the amount that people are spending on these suits. It's meant to put a target on the backs of people buying these suits because it is a form of scapegoating. And according to Smithsonian, by the 1940s, the suits were worn by minority men in working class neighborhoods throughout the country. And to be clear, the zoot suit isn't a specific item. Rather, you're just buying a suit that's way too big and then you're accessorizing it. And the zoot suit isn't a specific item. Like, you can't just go buy a zoot suit, at least not initially. Rather, you're just buying a suit that is entirely too big and then you're accessorizing it. Like the article points out, zoot suits weren't just worn by Black Americans, but they also became popular with Filipino Americans and Mexican Americans as well, especially out west in Los Angeles. And they too were discriminated against for wearing these zoot suits. In 1943, what became known as the Zoot Suit Riots exploded as a result of rising racial tensions in Los Angeles. Aside from Jim Crow laws, due to the war, an influx of Mexican Americans came to the city amidst an already strong population. And they similarly faced discrimination, especially as zoot suits became a shorthand stereotype for gang members.
Watching a movie, all of a sudden the lights went on. You see these servicemen beating the heck out of all these Mexicans.
Among the victims in the theater were 12 and 13-year-old boys, beaten by American servicemen because of the clothes they wore. Once in the barrio, sailors broadened their attack beyond Mexican boys in zoot suits. Any Mexican in their path was a potential target.
During the 50s and 60s, while the idea of a respectable image, not always dandyism outright, was popular with some civil rights leaders and their movements, others rejected the notion altogether in favor of more comfortable or militaristic styles.
Yeah, I mean, the Black Panthers style, Sheesh.
Both as a means to protest notions of respectability and honestly for practicality purposes. Then with artists and entertainment, you can see similar things happen. People are kind of doing their own thing, following their own principles. For example, artists signed with Motown, a lot of them do still have this dandy look. As being presentable, going to Motown school and learning how to look, speak, and act as an entertainer, still very important. And though it's never fully disappeared, dandyism had a bit of a resurgence, so to speak, in the 1970s, mixed with these bolder psychedelic prints. It's also extremely popular in the disco world, which makes complete sense as fashion, self-identity, all of that are integral to disco since it's music made by the Black working class. And it's not specific to disco fashion or dandyism during this time period, but I do think this time period is a good example of how dandyism often played with gender, or styles that would be considered effeminate for men, somewhat then, but likely even more so now.
That's like a thing we've talked about, how because we've seen a backlash to progress, and a lot of that backlash revolves around just calling effeminate men gay, disparaging them in that way, calling everything woke. A boy wearing a skirt is that's the devil's doing. And it's like, how often in the history of fashion have skirts and dresses and effeminate style been something that was very trendy and was not necessarily seen as this derogatory thing, right? The use of makeup, wigs, of course. You look at right, you look at the French, you look at their love of makeup and very extravagant wigs. And it's like, now if you're a guy who paints his fingernails, some dumb hog online is going to be like, oh, you're transgender. Oh, that's that woke shit. And it's people who have obviously no brain cells and no understanding of anything except what they're being told to think. The 80s, you look at 80s style with just very flamboyant looks. Men used to go to war type of shit. Like, if my dad was looking like John Travolta in Saturday Night Fever in heels, I think the kids are all right today. Yes, where in some ways self-expression for men does seem to be more rigid because of the backlash to progress. Those sunglasses are awesome. Are they clip-ons? I know those are sick.
Marks of modern Black dandyism across the world, so they can definitely vary. Include things like bold, colorful patterns, sometimes florals. Additions of jewelry like chains, grills, earrings, or even accessorizing with sneakers or ball caps, maybe instead of loafers and top hats, even though those are commonly worn by Black dandies too. Especially in the United States, mixing elements of popular hip-hop fashions is common, as well as elements of high fashion, be it garments made by the label or just the inclusion of their logo. Dapper Dan, known as the Harlem Dandy, was known for incorporating elements of both into his fashion in equal and artful measure. Interviewing him for their In America exhibit, the Met described Dapper Dan saying, "He cuts a tall figure in his trademark bespoke suits, always tailored within an inch of their lives, and styled with an over-the-top accessory or three, matching frames, an ascot, cufflinks, a boutonniere, and impeccable shoes." Aside from suits, Dapper Dan popularized a lot of leather goods, which makes sense because they have the Louis Vuitton logo often, for example, these bomber jackets. A lot of his designs were popular in the hip-hop community, and that's really an understatement considering he was nicknamed hip-hop's fashion godfather. Instead of knockoffs, these designs were nicknamed knock-ups, because the logo, the look of the luxury was part of the draw, but you also wanted a Dapper Dan design because, like I said, they were an artful mix of fashions that were actually trending, and sometimes even ahead of the curve. Dan explained, "We created this universe of culture that came out of Harlem, and it was parallel to this universe that was coming out of Europe. So alongside, but distinct." Dapper Dan's pieces were often made with fake designer fabric. Initially, I think they were made of real designer bags just torn up, but that wasn't sustainable. So they began recreating the prints with the logos themselves. So even though the fabric or the leather wasn't technically Louis Vuitton or Fendi, the garments were still otherwise well made, and they do similarly self-identify and hint at that wealth, that distinction and accomplishment in a sense. That you've hit the big leagues, but also with that practicality, that street style just reimagined. And Louis Vuitton, Fendi, and Gucci would eventually sue Dapper Dan for recreating their logo and selling products with it, so he eventually did have to close down his Harlem store. Decades later, in 2017, Gucci sent a near replica of one of Dapper Dan's 1980s designs on the...
You just compare someone like Elon Musk and how slovenly he looks, right? That man always looks bad. And how striking the contrast is between these very wealthy, very powerful white loser billionaires such as Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk, and like that's why the intentionality and individuality of Black dandyism is such an important component of the style. OMG, careful, he could see this. I hope he sees this, okay? I hope he knows that not only is he a loser, he looks like a loser. Negative Riz. He's giving unseasoned, overcooked chicken breast. Yeah. But that's you know, that's been a thing forever of white men who have the privilege of looking like shit, right? Being scruffy and slovenly and not having to worry about being taken seriously.
The runway, which people noticed nearly immediately. This is because that even though his store had shut down in the 90s, Dapper Dan had grown a cult following on the internet over the past decade and a half. So a whole new generation was falling in love with his designs. People were falling in love with a lot of the artists that Dapper Dan had dressed, liking outfits they wore, and was like, who designed that? I want to learn more. Gucci did respond to this backlash by offering Dapper Dan a long-term partnership, so finally giving him access to and probably allowing him to just make himself the fabrics he counterfeited decades earlier. And he is still based in Harlem, where he currently has an atelier, and Dapper Dan has also said that he's never going to leave Harlem. And I love the idea of still getting to work where the magic initially happened, but still getting to grow, elevate, have all these opportunities in addition that he's deserved for quite a while.
Since I grew up with all the gangsters and all the hustle, they was all my friends, so I said, you know what, I'm gonna serve them. What do they like? They like diamonds and they like furs. I said, I ain't gonna mess with the diamonds. So I went to work figuring out and teaching myself textile printing. When I did my own independent Gucci thing, Louis thing, people would come in and get it their way, man. So now, with my partnership with Gucci, I recreated that idea.
And just to reiterate, dandyism, being a dandy, is not necessarily just a man who wears suits all the time, because a lot of men, especially famous ones who have events to go to, do. It's more so about being known for that suaveness, classicness, swagger, that taste in your style, and having a look that's measured and well thought out, but again, still shows an active hand and interest and investment in one's fashion. Then, of course, tailoring. In a Wintour, you have co-chairs for the Met Gala. So this year we have Pharrell Williams, A$AP Rocky, Lewis Hamilton, and Coleman Domingo, who I'm especially excited
I know Lewis Hamilton is going to be looking so good tomorrow.
for. And even though some of these people are more known for their style than others, I would say each of these are good examples of men who do have interesting red carpet looks. Like, for example, I know who Lewis Hamilton is. I know he's a racer. Racing is not my jam, unfortunately. So basically, all I do know of him is seeing him on the red carpet every now and then. And then LeBron James, he is an honorary co-chair this year. I'm really not sure how being an honorary co-chair, like in what capacity is that different from being a co-chair. And at first, I was like LeBron James, but then I thought about it. I was like, LeBron James does have a couple looks that I actually do really like. I think my favorite LeBron look is this Tom Brown short suit.
Also, I wonder if Hassan knows his GOAT is the honorary chair of the Met Gala tomorrow. Two things that Hassan Piker loves: fashion and LeBron James.
Honestly, I'm a sucker for anything Tom Brown, so I am so excited for the Tom Brown squad to roll up on Monday. And of course, because the theme is tailoring, because the theme is menswear, I am expecting to see a lot of suits. But I want interesting suits. I want flamboyant suits. I want women in suits. I want they-thems in suits. I want everyone. I don't want everyone in suits,
but I want a little bit of everybody in suits, well-tailored suits. And of course, I know we're gonna mostly see suits, but I don't wanna only see suits. I know I focus on dandyism, dandies in this video, and honestly, more so American dandyism, but you can do tailoring, you can do black style without suits. Dapper Dan and a lot of his designs, prime example. And one like irony, maybe it's not necessarily irony, but more so a full circle moment. I don't know, I'm just pointing it out. While of course it's not a Dapper Dan themed Met Gala, he is one of the giants, especially one of the more modern giants of a theme like this. And so I do think it's logical to expect that he's gonna be paid tribute to, some of his designs are gonna be paid tribute to, but it'll be interesting to see which of the fashion houses decide to do it, and if it's like any of the fashion houses who sued him. And it could just be like, you know, water under the bridge, as much as that water can be under the bridge at this point. And I'm not necessarily saying like, oh, everyone should be allowed to counterfeit. And I'm sure a lot of his design ethos, a lot of what made other people, black people primarily, want to involve themselves with these luxury brands, with these reimaginations of these designs, and open these luxury fashion houses up to a whole new consumer base, honestly, for better or for worse. It'll be interesting to see all of that on display. And something else I was thinking, and I'm not saying this movie was done as a companion piece to the Met Gala, because I don't believe that at all. Maybe it's just a coincidence though, but I was thinking with Superfine tailoring black style being the Met Gala theme, with Sinners being popular right now, I feel like a lot of that black dandyism, that impeccable dress, that presentation, definitely something that we're seeing in a couple arenas of media or pop culture right now. So yeah, interesting to see what pops up on the carpet tomorrow. I think at the end of the week, I'm not quite sure what I'll do. I think it is going to depend on what these looks look like. I'll probably pick some of my favorites to break down, and then I'll probably end up doing some that I don't necessarily like as much. But again, we'll see. So yeah, not really a bonus video, just an early video because my concept of time has been off. But thoughts, opinions, comments, all that good stuff down below, the way we can.
Sweet. I think the video's already linked there, but that was Naomi Campbell's video on the Met Gala, which is tomorrow. And the theme of the Met Gala is Superfine tailoring black style. So it is inspired by Monica Miller's 2009 book, Slaves to Fashion, Black Dandyism, and the Styling of Black Diasporic Identity. And I just cannot wait to see Coleman Domingo, who really epitomizes this. And you know one thing about him and his style? Think about how his impeccable style, every time he's on a red carpet, has also helped to elevate him in Hollywood. So, he's an amazing actor, okay? I can't wait for him to be in more projects that are worthy of his gifts. You know, I think I loved Sing Sing. He was great in that. Rustin is a film that is terrible, but he is incredible in it. So I'm really excited to see how his career, you know, where it goes from here. But Coleman's fashion, his style, has become a big part of his presence, and he never seems like, yeah, it never feels like a costume in a kind of in a way where it just seems like it's on him rather than he is wearing it. It's like really part of his identity and has set him apart from a lot of his peers in the industry. Yeah, he wears that shit. He does. God bless him for raising the bar for men on the red carpet. Truly, truly love him. All right. So, wait, Doechii wasn't invited? I thought she was going too. Hold on. Let me do a little quick. Hold on. Before I commit a crime. No, she's going. She's making her no. She is making her Met Gala debut, and she teased her Met Gala debut by honoring Andre Leon Talley, who died in 2022. And who's obviously a fashion legend. Yeah, no, she's gonna be there. Hi. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he did. Okay, that almost caused me to crash out. Good, how are you? How was your workout?
Oh, it was hard.
Oh, come here.
What you doing?
Hi.
Hi.
I was just talking about the Met Gala tomorrow, the theme.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Wow. You're so brightly colored.
Yeah.
You look like you just stepped straight out of a magazine in the 90s. What would I wear for the Met? I would just break into Coleman Domingo's closet. And I would probably steal what he wore to the BAFTAs last year. I think, was this the Versace leather coat? Yes. Yeah, I would steal this. I am obsessed. I am obsessed with this. You guys know I love a coat. You know I love a coat. I can't get enough of coats. Okay. So I know a bunch of you have been bringing up the Donald Trump announcing 100% tariffs on movies produced in foreign lands, which is so stupid. This is terrible. Okay. As with his other tariffs, the impact of this is going to be on the consumers. This is going to be on, this is not going to make the American film industry great again. We have already the largest film industry, okay? You want to know who's second, though? It's China. But still, the American film industry is the dominating film industry in this world. The first reply, Trump is going to save Hollywood. Yeah, this guy is going to save Hollywood.
The movie tariffs.
Yeah, the movie tariffs, what they've done is
The
other
movie
nations
tariffs
have been stealing the movies, the movie-making capabilities from the United States. And I said to a couple of people, what do you think? I've done some very strong research over the last week.
Oh, you have?
And we're making
You've done some strong research? Did you go to ChatGPT again?
very few movies now. Hollywood is being destroyed. Now, you have an incompetent, grossly incompetent governor that allowed that to happen. So I'm not just blaming other nations, but other nations, a lot of them, have stolen our movie industry. And I'm saying, if they're not willing to make a movie inside the United States, and we should have a tariff on movies that come in. And not only that, governments are actually giving big money. I mean, they're supporting them financially. So that's sort of a threat to our country in a sense. And it's been a very popular thing. I can tell you one thing, movie makers love it.
Mr. President.
No, they don't. No, they don't. Okay. And yes, this is obvious, but you know what a tax or a tariff, aka a tax on foreign movies is going to do? This will raise the cost of the digital streaming services that you use, because Netflix and Amazon Prime and other digital services, they pay a licensing fee to license foreign films and televisions and put them on their platforms. So you're gonna have to pay more. And also, this is just gross too, because it's like, oh, God forbid other film industries in countries around the world are making movies, okay? God, there's so many things about this that make me so mad. This is not the correct way, obviously, to address the issues in the entertainment industry, with production moving out of Los Angeles, with it being in other cities and states, and production being overseas. This all comes back to Parasite winning. His supporters are going to be so mad when anime costs more. Yeah. Yeah. Also, I'm a member of my local cinema, and I can't imagine how this will affect what they are able to show. Yeah. It's like, hey, do you love watching films that are made outside of America? Do you like watching Korean films? Do you like watching films from other countries in other languages? Well, that makes you anti-American. Yeah, also, like, does this count for stuff that's is this going to then also be applying to Canada? Productions in Canada? When they originally did the math for the trade deficit, they did not include digital media. Why? Because the U.S. exports a lot more digital media than we import, in case you don't know. So what, like, to me, it's like, okay, then may all these other countries that are going to be affected by this latest Trump move turn around then and put tariffs on American importing of digital media. Yeah, we have a massive services surplus. So this is just silly because this isn't even an area where the US has a deficit. Would this kill Hollywood? No, this wouldn't kill Hollywood. But like when he first engaged in the tariff war against China, and then China responded by saying like, okay, we're going to there were the rumors that they were going to put like 100% tariffs on American films. And then the actual numbers came out and it was not that, but it still is, because China's the second biggest film industry. And even though they've been trying to grow their domestic industry to rely less on American imports, big blockbuster films still in their like equating what the international revenue is going to be for, let's say, a film like Minecraft. They rely on the money that comes from China, because big movies like Minecraft, the second biggest market is China. Trump announced on Sunday on Truth Social 100% tariff on all movies produced in foreign lands, saying the U.S. film industry was dying a very fast death due to the incentives that other countries were offering to draw American filmmakers. In his post, he claimed to have authorized the Commerce Department and the U.S. Trade Representative to immediately begin instituting such a tariff. This is a concerted effort by other nations and therefore a national security threat. It is, in addition to everything else, messaging and propaganda. We want movies made in America again. Like, movies aren't fucking made in America. What are you talking about? And as far as people being like, can he do this? I mean, no, but yes. Like, no, but yes. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick posted on X saying, "We're on it." Neither Lutnick nor Trump provided any details on the implementation. It was not, didn't he say that he, what was it that he thought that he did some like real power thinking this week? It was not immediately clear whether the move would target production companies, foreign or American, producing films overseas. Films and television production in Los Angeles has fallen by nearly 40% over the last decade, a nonprofit that, according to Film LA, a nonprofit that tracks the region's production. At the same time, governments around the world have offered more generous tax credits and cash rebates to lure productions and capture a greater share of the $248 billion that Ampere Analysis predicts will be spent globally in 2025 to produce content. To be clear, film and television production falling in Los Angeles by nearly 40% over the last decade, that does not mean that 40% of the production has moved overseas. It has moved outside of Los Angeles, which is why this has been an ongoing issue for people who work in the industry here. You have rising costs of living, you have less opportunity for work, and I've talked about this before, but there's a coalition of grassroots organized groups that are below the line and above line workers that are calling upon Gavin Newsom and other California legislators to essentially uncap the tax break, the incentives to film in LA for the next 3 years. Since when did he care about Hollywood? He cared about Hollywood when Hollywood turned on him. That is why he has created this role of Hollywood ambassador, which he assigned to a couple of old skeletons in Hollywood, guys who have pledged their loyalty to him. That includes Sylvester Stallone, I think John Voight, Mel Gibson. These are the special ambassadors to troubled Hollywood. They're going to bring business back. So according to Trump, these guys are seeing what's going on in town and reporting back to him. He's already made film equipment more expensive with the tariffs. Yeah. Yeah. So it's like, okay, yeah, we'll make only movies in the United States. But the cameras, the cameras and other equipment that you will use to film those movies are increasing in price. The announcement from Trump comes after he triggered a trade war with China and imposed global tariffs, which have roiled markets and led to fears of a U.S. recession. The film industry has already been feeling the effects of the tariffs, as China in April responded to the announcements by reducing the quota of American movies allowed into that country. China is the world's second largest film market after the U.S., although in recent years, domestic offerings have outshone Hollywood imports. Like, what you need to understand is that this is all about China. Okay, this is Trump's war against China. So China being the world's second largest film market, China trying to, over the last decade, increase their domestic production, have more Chinese films so that they are relying less on importing Hollywood films. That's what, That's where this is coming from. Is there a movie tonight or just politics talk? Well, normally I don't do politics talk on Sundays. I did mean to start the movie at 7:00, but then a number of people were like, "Did you see the Trump tariffs on movies? We're gonna make movies great again, folks." Former senior Commerce Department official William Reinsch, a senior fellow with the Center for Strategic and International Studies, said retaliation against Trump's foreign movie tariffs would be devastating. You know what it also is? This is narcissism. This is Trump's narcissism being like, I'm going to put these tariffs on foreign films and we're going to make movies in America again. And not thinking that there will be retaliation that will be damaging to the film industry that he is purporting to be the one saving. Because he doesn't understand he doesn't understand anything. He knows jack shit. And so he doesn't understand that the digital services, in the realm of digital services and digital media, The U.S. exports more than we import. Would this affect American movies filming in other countries, right? Yes. This retaliation will kill our industry. We have a lot more to lose than to gain, he said, adding that it would be difficult to make a national security or national emergency case for movies. The reason why when somebody said, well, is this going to kill Hollywood, is because this seems, and maybe I'm being naive, but I just don't see how this is going to be a thing that he doesn't end up reversing on again. Because we know Donald Trump, we know he loves to like say shit, you know, he loves to write on Truth Social, and then the phone calls start happening. The billionaire donors, his buddies, have a meeting with him and they're like, hey, Donald, let's we gotta figure something out here. I do think this is another talk shit then nothing actually happens moment. Yeah, right. So that's why I'm like, okay, is this going to kill Hollywood? Well, if this proceeds and then there is the retaliation from, you know, there's the international retaliation, which would mean that all of these countries that import American movies, digital media, is going to it's going to hurt American productions. It's going to hurt American companies. The big foreign film festivals won't allow U.S. films if this happens, and them not sending their films to U.S. festivals. Yes, there's a lot of hypothetical consequences to this. Do you think he's doing this to punish Hollywood? So he has yes. Mostly, I think this is about the war against China. Donald Trump has a very fraught relationship with Hollywood. He was once a part of it. He was Mr. Apprentice. He very much so envisions himself at the forefront of American culture, you know, with his obsession with the Kennedy Center, with Broadway, with the movie industry. And he has absolutely despised that a lot of Hollywood, a lot of the, you know, superstars that Donald Trump counts himself among have turned from him when he first ran for president. And it's why those in Hollywood like Jon Voight, Sylvester Stallone, Mel Gibson, who are friendly to him, he clings onto. He gives them made up roles like ambassador to Hollywood. It's why he takes whatever he can get talent-wise and has them introduce him at rallies, has them sitting with him at Mar-a-Lago. He has a very fragile ego. Does video games count as video games are, yes, video games are digital media. The US in the realm of video games does import more than it exports, and that is because of China and Japan. I can excuse ruining the film industry, but I draw the line at video games. All right, you guys, before I get much further into this, because it's already 7:40. let me tell you what we are going to be watching tonight for film class. Sorry that I did not give you hints before, but that's because honestly, you're going to figure this out pretty fast. So, how do I get clever here? Okay. Okay. I'm gonna like say one thing and everyone's gonna know instantly what it is. Okay. Jesus. This was the first major motion picture. Yeah, it's Contagion. Steven Soderbergh's Contagion. This was the first major motion picture to be filmed in the ocean. Everybody knows. It was the highest grossing film of all time for 2 years until Star Wars came out. Dun 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 dun. It has probably one of the most iconic soundtracks of all time. Dun dun dun. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Ba-da-bum, 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 dun-dun, dun-dun-dun-dun, ba-da-bum. The legendary John Williams, a frequent collaborator of the director Steven Spielberg, who we watched another film of his for film class. But we're not watching that one again. Close Encounters of the Third Kind. And instead, we're watching his second feature film. He was a mere 26 years old, I believe, when he was hired to do the job. And he really, really wanted to do it. But then he got scared. He got scared because he thought it was going to pigeonhole him, even though he was told by the people that he trusted, those closest to him, that this would, if he did this movie, then he could make any movie that he wanted after this, which turned out to be true because of the success of this film that came out in 1975. It is 50 years old. It is still a masterpiece. It is one of my favorite films. And it's got a shark called Bruce. It's not Finding Nemo. The shark is not actually named Bruce in the film, but the shark was nicknamed Bruce after Steven Spielberg's lawyer. And the film is Jaws. That's right, folks. For tonight's film class, we are going to be watching the 1975 masterpiece classic second feature film of Steven Spielberg's Jaws. That is really an all-timer that helped to popularize the idea of not showing the monster. And funny enough, the reason that we see so little of the shark in Jaws is because the sharks that they had created for the film kept breaking. And in fact, the production budget for Jaws was initially $3.5 million. It ballooned to $9 million because $3 million of that alone were the effects on the film. So the animatronic sharks that they had used kept on, they just, as Steven Spielberg said, I was new, I was naive, I didn't know how hard it would be to make a movie in the ocean, but he was very committed. He didn't want to do it in a tank. He insisted on it being in the ocean for it to be the best possible movie it could be, but it meant that the sharks were not behaving. And initially they had wanted to use an actual great white shark. They wanted to train one and then realized that that was not going to be possible. So they had to resort to using animatronic sharks. But because they kept breaking and because they were already well over production budget, they were way over schedule to the point that people who worked on the film called it Flaws. They nicknamed the film Flaws because they were so frustrated working on that movie. However, it resulted in one of the greatest of all time, the greatest shark movie. I'm sorry, Sharknado. I'm sorry, but I'm putting Jaws above you. And 50 years later, it is a film that massively holds up. It's still a wonder to behold. What about Jaws 3D? Yeah, you're right. So to celebrate May the 4th, we're watching, I didn't even realize it's May the 4th. May the 4th be with you. We are going to be watching the blockbuster film that came out 2 years before Star Wars and was pivotal in establishing, so Star Wars along with Jaws is what established the modern Hollywood blockbuster model, in which you hope to achieve high box office returns from a massive action and adventure film with a simple but high concept premise, great characters, effects and whatnot that still have not become outdated. So May the 4th be with you. We will not be watching Star Wars, but we will be watching Jaws. I lived in Miami as a kid and my parents sent me to sailing camp of all goddamn things and it rained the whole week. We watched Spaceballs 3 times. Great film. Are you familiar with the movie Zombie? Yes, there's a fight between a zombie and a shark in that movie, and I think there was animal abuse there because the shark had all its teeth removed. Yeah, isn't that from that's old. That's an old movie. That's from what year is that from? I swear to God that was around like Cannibal Holocaust era, where yes, if you don't know, there is unfortunately a history of animals being abused, real animals being used in movies. That is no longer a thing, but there are a number of films, especially in the genre of horror, that used real animals. Cannibal Holocaust being one of the big ones. Apparently they're doing Spaceballs 2, The Search for More Money. Oh my God. Finally! It's only been decades. Fun fact, Jeffrey Katzenberg got Spielberg to give animator James Baxter the original storyboards. Oh my God. Do you know how much those would be worth? So much. Drawn by Steven himself to lure him to DreamWorks. Can you imagine having the original storyboards drawn by Steven Spielberg for Jaws? Holy shit. Did the animal actors unionize or something? It was not the animal actors. It was human activists who went, no. Jaws is the only creature feature that didn't make me deathly afraid of its creature for some reason. I think because what Jaws does is it does not, first of all, it does not make the creature supernatural seeming in the way that a lot of shark movies do. It feels it feels like a shark that is, yes, okay, obviously they take liberties and whatnot, but there's a realism to it, and it feels like a shark that is acting the way it would, you know, in the rare instances of shark attacks throughout history where there's food in its hunting grounds and it be sharkin', you know? All right, so anyway, let's get this going. Let's get Rick rolling here. Sharks to be sharking. Yeah, it's not like shark movies where they have been genetically engineered a la Deep Blue Sea, or that they're like being used by like the Nazis, or that they just have superpowers. Okay. Alrighty, y'all. Bum bum ba da da ba 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 da ba 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 da ba 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 da ba 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 bum 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 ba da ba bum. Now that's stuck in my head. Oh, I almost forgot. What am I doing? What the heck? We're gonna need a bigger boat, y'all. This is your chance to go get a snack. Go get a little drinky drink. Go get a blanky blank. Go get your stuffed shark. Go get your real shark. Go get whatever you need. Microwave cereal, thank you for the 4 months. The Assist, thank you for the Prime. Typical Panic, thank you for the 3 months. Astra Online, thank you for the 2 months. Love for Hot Daddies, thank you for the 14 months. Creepier Leak, thank you for the 18 months. So sorry I missed this. Samso, thank you for the 22 months. You just graduated college. Congratulations. Here's your celebration.
What are these rules? Remember to keep your shoes on at all times. Don't pull your penis out unless you really need to. Indecent exposure is a class 2 felony. Don't talk watch. Don't talk watch. You came here watching. Don't let it work out. We still have a fucking money. Do not kick off, take out the seat that fucked on you. While sitting there, I am everywhere at once. And I will cut you off if you make out. Yeah, I will cut your lips and tongue from your head with a
Also, you guys, look, I have my own shark.
Can't get a good man these days under 60. Oh, God, he's 35.
35-year-old.
Don't drink that.
45-year-old.
Mr. Quinn.
Women.
Mr. Quinn. Mr. Quinn.
Show me the way to go home. I'm tired and I wanna go to bed. I had a little drink about an hour ago, and it got right to my head. Wherever I may roam, by land or sea or foam.
Oh, the sailor songs.
Show me the way to go home. I'm tired and I wanna go to bed. I had a little drink about an hour ago and I got right to my head. Wherever I may roam, on land or sea or foam, you can always hear me singing. Sorry,
So, I'm happy how many of you stuck around and watched this Spielberg classic for the first time. So what we normally do, the way it works, the site quick. Thank you for the 200 bits. Here's for the Bigger Boat Fund. Thank you for the bits in order to get a bigger boat. Yeah, in the book, Hooper fucks Brody's wife. Yeah. So there's a lot of differences in the book. This is a rare instance of movie is better than the book. The book was written by Peter Benchley, and he also worked on the screenplay, but there was a lot about it that Spielberg didn't really like. He loved it. That's what made him want to make the movie in the first place. But there was a lot that he's like, I want to change. One of the biggest changes was to Hooper's character, who's like really kind of a scumfuck in the book, whereas in the movie he's played by Richard Dreyfuss. Spielberg specifically was like, please don't read the book. He was hired 9 days before they were supposed to shoot. Same with Robert Shaw, who plays Quint. So 9 days before the start of production, they did not have two of the main cast members, neither Quint nor Hooper. And so Richard Dreyfuss and Robert Shaw were last minute castings. And so Spielberg told Dreyfuss, he's like, don't even read the book. Don't read the book. We're going to make this character around you. Spielberg, who also worked with Richard Dreyfuss then a couple years later on Close Encounters of the Third Kind, who came to view Richard Dreyfuss as his, quote, alter ego. So he and the screenwriters rewrote Hooper so that he would suit Richard Dreyfuss. So he's very different from the book. The book was just called Hungry, Hungry Shark, Chomp, Chomp. Yeah, the book is called Me So Hungry, Me a Shark, Nom, Nom, Nom. Nom, 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 nom. Okay, what else was I gonna tell you guys? We got a lot. I always have like as I'm watching the movie, I'm always like, oh, I want to talk about this. I want to talk about this. I want to talk about this. There's so much to talk about. So as I said before, this film plus then Star Wars, which came 2 years later, changed the Hollywood model of blockbusters. So it used to be back in the day, summer releases, like summertime for movie season, was not considered a top season for movies. So it was actually considered a below average time for moviegoers. There had been individual films that had been released by studios during the summer months, but those were anomalies. So Jaws and then Star Wars changed things. So now you guys are used to the summer blockbuster season when all the big blockbuster films come out in the summertime. But that was not a thing until Jaws and Star Wars, aka Jaw Wars. Jaw Wars changed the model. And even though, so Jaws was the highest grossing film at the time, Star Wars took that spot, but still all these years later, 50 years later, if you can count for inflation, Jaws is the 9th highest grossing film of all time. And so that is how Steven Spielberg's life and career completely changed. The trusted advisors around him who said, do this movie because you will get to make any movie you want afterwards, were absolutely correct. Even though he was not nominated for Best Director, which is fucking insane. Jaws was nominated for 4 Oscars and it won 3, I think. Let me see. Jaws won Best Original Score, duh. Best Film Editing, duh. Best Sound Mixing, duh. It was nominated for Best Picture, but it did not win Best Picture. And Steven Spielberg was not nominated for Best Director, which, you know, the Academy loves to be stupid a lot. But it changed his entire career. This was only his 2nd feature film. And it allowed him, not only did it make him, you know, one of the most sought after directors in Hollywood, and he's still one of the GOATs to this day, but it gave him the artistic freedom and also the trust of studios, which would come into play when he eventually made Jurassic Park, which he ended up starting the movie over when they had almost completed production on that film, and it cost a lot of money. But that only happened because he was Steven Spielberg. So Jaws was supposed to be a $3.5 million budgeted film because Steven he insisted on shooting in the ocean. It was the first time a motion picture was shot in the ocean. So a lot of times in movies, when you have scenes that are supposed to take place like in the ocean, it's actually in like a big tank in a studio. That is because shooting the ocean is very difficult. It's very expensive. The lesson of Jaws is one that has been carried on for decades. It was a film that the people who worked on the film nicknamed Flaws. Everyone was fucking miserable, Steven Spielberg included. It was not an enjoyable experience because it was so technically complicated. The special effects alone ended up costing the original budget. It was about $3 million. So it ballooned the budget to $9 million. It was way off schedule. I think they initially had like 55 days that were allotted to shoot, and it went way beyond that. The sharks kept breaking. So that is why you don't see the shark for a lot of the movie. The first time you see the shark is when he attacks the guy who's in the boat. And then we get our first full-length shot when the three of them are in the boat and the shark goes by and they're like, that's a 20-footer, that's a 25-footer. And then, of course, at the end, we get the majority of the animatronic shark. And so what it actually did, though, was create this concept, popularize this concept in horror films of not showing the monster. And the idea is the less you show of the monster, the scarier it is, because your imagination is scarier than anything you can ever see on screen. And so that's why one of the most effective parts of Jaws is the number of times that you're in the POV of the shark and you've got the score, dun-dun, dun-dun, and yet you don't see the shark. And in the opening scene, which by itself could be a short film. Like, there's a lot of scenes in the film that are just amazing standalone scenes. But of course, the opening, the very iconic opening, it's like, that's the poster. The posters of this giant shark, a woman swimming, and it's approaching from below. That's exactly why Casper is such a formidable horror villain. Casper, one of my first crushes. That's how I felt watching Halloween as a kid. I was too afraid to look at the screen. My imagination made it terrifying. Well, in Halloween, what is so iconic is in the opening scene of Halloween, you are in the perspective of Itty Bitty Michael, but you don't know that you're a child. and you don't know that he's about to violently stab his sister to death. And so that, the opening of Halloween is it's a kid wearing a mask, which you come to find out at the end of the scene. And that is, it's very reminiscent of the shark in Jaws when you're in the perspective of the shark. Sadly, and while the shark improved, the bean counters and heads of the studio demanded seeing more of the shark, and it single-handedly killed the next 2 sequel movies. Yes, there are many. There were. How many Jaws? How many Jaws films? There are a total of 4 films in the Jaws franchise. There's Jaws, Jaws 2, Jaws 3D, and Jaws: The Revenge. And the 3 Jaws films that followed do not, they pale in comparison to the original Jaws. And this is what happens a lot, where the studio then interferes, they fuck shit up, and you miss out on what made the original film so great. Plus, Spielberg was not involved. No. Spielberg did Jaws, and then he moved on to his next project. Yeah, like they're awful. They're truly, truly awful. Pale in comparison is being generous. They're just bad movies, and they're bad movies for precisely the reasons that they did the opposite of what Spielberg did in Jaws, which is what made Jaws so great. Have you ever covered The Exorcist at some point, William Friedkin? Yes, I have. We've never watched it, but I covered it when I talked about William Friedkin. William Friedkin died in 2023, and I did a tribute on him, and that's when I talked about The Exorcist. Jaws walked so Sharknado could run. You know what? So true. Jaws walked so Sharknado could run. Here is John Williams and Spielberg talking about the theme, the score of the film.
I had always wanted to be in business with John Williams all my life. And when he said yes to Sugarland, we became friends, and obviously I wanted him to do every picture I ever made, and Jaws came second. When he finally played the music for me on the piano, he previewed the main Jaws theme. I expected to hear something kind of weird and melodic, and really kind of tonal but eerie and of another world, almost a bit like outer space, inside, inner space, under the water. And what he played me instead with 2 fingers on the lower keys was dun 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 dun. And at first I began to laugh. I thought he had a great sense of humor. I thought he was putting me on. And he said, "No, that's the theme to Jaws." And I said, "Play it again." He played it again. And he played it again. And it suddenly seemed right. And John found a signature for the entire movie.
One could alter the speed of this ostinato. It could be note, 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 note.
It honestly is the perfect sound.
Any kind of alteration of speed to very slow, very fast, very soft, very loud.
Because it's so looming, it gives you the sense of something getting closer, something that is, ominous. And then, of course, other aspects of the score, which mixes this kind of more cheerful, optimistic, like, we're going on a boat and we're going to get a shark. And then it'll drop back into the more ominous part of the score. And it's great because the score is used so brilliantly in the film. And one part is the beach, the big beach scene, 4th of July, when you think the shark is going to be in the ocean and not in the pond, but you notice that they don't have the music when there's all the like panic and whatnot, and they're looking out for the shark in the ocean. And it's when we realize that the shark was in the pond, that it was heading to the pond all along, and then you get the score.
John Williams is how he spots music.
and how he
It
plays
sounds like stalking. Yes, it does sound like stalking.
his music in a movie. John did not want music to celebrate a red herring. He only wanted music to signal the actual arrival of the shark.
There were opportunities in the movie to advertise the shark with the music, and also opportunities when we don't have the music and the audience has a sense of an absence. They sense the absence of the shark because they don't hear the thump thump, because we've conditioned them to do that.
We've conditioned them.
But then you may go one step further, and we know now that the shark really is there, but we haven't advertised it with music, so his attack comes out of silence. And now, because you've been conditioned to have the music every time when you don't, and the shark arrives, it's even more terrifying. It's one of the beauties of the film medium that it's the combination of the visual and the situation, this being the shark or the knifing scene in Hitchcock's Psycho, combined with the notes. That combination of sound and image forming a memory.
I think the score was clearly responsible for half the success of that movie.
Well, don't sell yourself short, Stephen. Yes, the score is definitely a big part of why that film is still so iconic today, but also Steven Spielberg and the trio of Hooper, Quint, and Brody. So let's talk about them. To me, they really are the perfect mix of characters. You have Quint and Hooper, who are the aquamarine experts, the ones who are excited to be going after the shark for different reasons. You have the white collar versus blue collar, old versus young, just different styles, different ways of doing things. We see them try both of their ways to catch the shark, and ultimately it's actually Brody who brings the shark down. The guy who's afraid of the water, doesn't like the water, drowning. that will do it for you. And to me, he represents the audience where he's panicking. He is extremely anxious from the moment they get on the boat. He's like, we're going to need a bigger boat. I think we're going to need a bigger boat. He goes to call for help. He's like, this is insane. I think he has this friendship with Hooper, but I think he's still, there's moments where you can tell he's like, I'm out of my depth here. Like, I should not be with these guys on this boat. I have a 6-year-old niece who's never seen the movie. If I do the donut, she immediately knows what it is. Oh yeah. It's the Jaws theme. Everybody knows it, even if you haven't seen Jaws. Like, that's how much a part of the cultural fabric this film is. So let's talk about the feud between Richard Dreyfuss and Robert Shaw, the two people who were hired basically a week to go before production began. And let me just say that the fights between them, it wasn't all acting, because they famously clashed with one another. And it's what also contributed to the production of the film being such a fucking headache. And the people who worked on it just couldn't wait to be done. So Robert Shaw plays Quint on the left. Richard Dreyfuss plays Hooper on the right. So when Jaws was in production in 1974, Robert Shaw was a firmly established star hailing from a classically trained theatrical background. Also, he did not want to do Jaws. It was his wife who convinced him to do it. He didn't want to do it because he had, I think, read the book and he didn't like it. He's like, I don't like this. But she convinced him to do it. And ultimately, it was a good thing that she did. It's one of his most It's one of his most iconic roles. And the scene, obviously, where he delivers the monologue on the USS Indianapolis is, it's one of the best. It's one of the most quoted parts from the film. It's got black eyes, like a doll's eyes. I have so many memories of being a kid, and my dad would say that line all the time. He's got black eyes, like a doll's eyes. Okay, Richard Dreyfuss had only appeared in a small handful of films. According to Roy Scheider, who plays Chief Brody, Shaw took issue with what he perceived as arrogance and relative inexperience on his co-star's part. So it's funny because this also speaks to their characters a bit, in that you have the experienced meeting the young, kind of fresh out of the lab, and a clash of characters. The casting director read them to filth. Shaw really thought that Dreyfuss needed a real slapping down. Scheider remembers that he was a young punk with no stage experience. Jaws co-screenwriter Carl Gottlieb further elaborated on the origins of the feud, recalling that Shaw was a troublemaker and an instigator who liked to get people riled up. Also, sadly, Robert Shaw died not long after Jaws came out. He died in 1978, so 3 years after the film was released. But I'll recommend some other films of his that I love. The Sting, incredible film. The dynamic duo of Paul Newman and Robert Redford. The Brad Pitt, the original Brad Pitt and George Clooney duo, in my opinion. From Russia with Love. So that was a film that his wife convinced him to take the part, and because he was so glad he did, that is also why he listened to her when she told him to do Jaws. Battle of the Bulge, The Deep. What else? A Man for All Seasons. This won Best Picture, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So he was in a lot of great films in the 60s, and then also did a ton of theater. One of Robert Shaw's seemingly favorite pastimes on the set of Jaws was to get under Richard Dreyfuss's skin whenever possible. Dreyfuss said in the 2010 documentary Jaws: The Inside Story, on our way to the set, he was possessed by some evil troll who would then make me his victim. To Dreyfuss's dismay, Shaw engaged in all manners of psychological torment. Before filming a take, he would tell his young co-star to mind your mannerisms and further attempt to goad him into daring feats. Spielberg recalls Robert would basically humiliate Richard into taking a chance. Robert would say, "I'll give you $100 if you climb up to the top of the mast on the Orca and jump off into the water." Shaw also didn't mince words regarding Dreyfuss's physical appearance, going so far as to call him fat and sloppy. Again, casting director picked perfectly. Well, actually, Richard Dreyfuss was recommended by George Lucas, who had worked with him previously. He worked with him in American Graffiti, and so he was the one who suggested casting him to Spielberg. I think for the role of Hooper, Spielberg initially wanted Jon Voight, who's now a Donald Trump Hollywood ambassador. And then for the role of Quint, it was initially offered to the actors Sterling Hayden and Lee Marvin, but both of them had passed on it. And eventually, that's how it ended up going to Robert Shaw. In addition to his naturally antagonistic personality, Shaw's behavior as a notorious drinker led to a particularly heated exchange with Dreyfuss. On an especially tense day of shooting on the film's iconic Orca, Robert Shaw was cradling a glass of bourbon and approached his co-star, who remembers being asked, "Help me out, will you, Richard?" Dreyfuss's idea of helping his fellow actor was anything but productive. And as Spielberg recalls, Richard took the shot glass out of Robert's hand and threw it out the window. While it's not precisely known what subsequently followed, Dreyfuss has noted his subversive action struck a raw nerve with other drinkers among the cast and crew. Everybody was just an alcoholic on that set. And as Spielberg put it, that was the shot heard round the world. It got ugly. According to Dreyfuss, while shooting a scene later that day, Shaw retaliated by standing behind the camera and aiming a fire extinguisher at his face as he acted. The fact that we got legendary performances out of these guys is nothing short of a miracle, considering how much they were fucking with one another, and not in like a fun, haha, friends type of way. As in a, I'm going to destroy you. Hoopa! We'll never know to what degree the feud between Shaw and Dreyfuss informed their performances in Jaws. I would say definitely did, or how much of their characters' on-screen tension fueled their bickering behind the scenes. But given what's known about their working relationship, it's impossible not to assume their shared animosity didn't inform the like-minded feelings between Quint and Hooper as cameras rolled. As my acting teacher would say, use it. Now go into the scene. From the first time they share the screen with Quint chiding Hooper as a wealthy city boy and Hooper standing in defiance of Quint's working class hero crap, the tension and mutual resentment is immediately palpable. Despite their feud, Richard Dreyfuss has incredible respect for Robert Shaw. Dreyfuss shed revealing light on the veteran performer's demeanor behind closed doors. In private, he was the kindest, gentlest, funniest guy you ever met, he said in 2010. The actor would again elaborate on his respect for his late co-star on a talk show. Before his interview, he was introduced to one of Shaw's granddaughters backstage. Visibly emotional, he remembered, "It was like closure. You have no idea how grand and large he was, and it was like he was alive again. I was thrilled to meet her. As it turns out, this wasn't the only time he unexpectedly encountered a member of Shaw's family." Decades after its massive success, Jaws remains a quintessential example of how the drama behind making a film can attain a status of near mythical proportions. Though they had to deal with logistical headaches and seemingly endless problems during production, Spielberg and his trio of lead actors may have been handed a blessing in disguise by having so much extra idle time to flesh out the human elements of their film. Seeking to explore this notion, Robert Shaw's son, Ian Shaw, co-wrote a stage play focusing on the behind-the-scenes dynamics of the 1975 hit. It's called The Shark is Broken. It debuted in England in 2019, opened to rave reviews, and has since appeared on Broadway. Wait, that's kind of amazing. Let's watch the trailer.
The USS Indianapolis, June the 29th, 1945. 2 torpedoes from a Japanese submarine slammed into our side. We was coming back across the Pacific from Tinian to Leyte. Damn near 1,100 men went over the side. Lifeboats was lashed down so tight for the bomb run we couldn't cut a single one adrift.
Oh my God, he looks exactly like his dad.
Rare.
Who looks like, is that Jay Schlatt? Okay, straight up, is that Jay Schlatt?
No. Oh, for God's sake, I can't say this. It's duller than my tax return. Who gets top billing?
Oh my God, you screwed us. Your name's higher and in the middle.
Bingo! Saints be praised! You're like a truffle pig, boy!
Boy, you are such a bad loser.
How many kids do you have?
9 so far.
You're gonna need a bigger boat.
What do you think it's about?
What?
This goddamn movie.
It's about a shark. Do you really think they're going to be talking about this in 40 years?
Okay, that looks amazing. I've never even heard of that. Before writing and starring in The Shark is Broken, Ian Shaw crossed paths with Richard Dreyfuss as the latter was preparing to direct a theatrical production of Hamlet. But when he met the Oscar-winning actor, Shaw didn't get the reception he hoped for. I went into the interview thinking that Richard would be absolutely delighted to see me. Upon realizing who he was meeting, though, Dreyfuss wasn't exactly thrilled at first. He looked as if he'd seen a ghost, a bad ghost. While he hasn't elaborated on the overall tone of their meeting, it's safe to assume that Shaw's dead ringer resemblance to his legendary father confronted the unsuspecting Dreyfuss with bittersweet memories of his experience on Jaws. Yeah, that would be pretty trippy to like come face to face with the spitting image of a guy who you had a legendary feud with on the set of one of your most famous movies. Okay, the last thing that I want to talk about. Can we give a quick word to John Milius, the guy who wrote the Indianapolis monologue? He's written numerous legendary monologues. Yeah, it's one of the greatest monologues of all time. It's so good. It's the delivery, Robert Shaw's delivery, as well as the writing. It's amazing. Okay, Steven Spielberg. He's the guy. He is the guy who, within these big action adventure films, has these amazing, intimate, human moments. And this is the Steven Spielberg stamp. So the scene between Richard Brody and his son is a perfect example of that, where it's a scene that comes between, it's sandwiched in between these kind of more hectic, frenetic energy type scenes. And it's just this really great little familial moment. It's the same within Close Encounters of the Third Kind with the mashed potatoes scene. He's so good. He's so good at recognizing the importance of having everyday characters play his protagonists, and often, heroes in these grand films, actors who look like regular people. Spielberg he's always put a lot of care into having these performers and characters that feel like everyday people who you can emotionally connect with. And of course, families usually living in suburbs is a big theme in Spielberg films. And in the case of Jaws, they're living on Amity Island, obviously. But he has those great, quieter, intimate moments that ground you in the film and that make you feel emotionally connected to the characters. And it's something that a lot of lesser filmmakers just will never be able to replicate. And it's why, you watch a lot of big action, big adventure films, and they don't have the same feel and the same resonance as Spielberg's do. Didn't you say a few weeks ago when we watched Close Encounters of the Third Kind that they incorporate some part of Jaws into the movie? I forgot it was a musical score or something else, or am I completely mistaken? I think what was it? Isn't it like a part of the score? There's like an Easter egg or like an homage to it. The aliens play the Jaws score at the end. Yes, that's what it is. Yes, indeed. Yeah, so the other thing, unfortunately, about the film is that it did make people afraid of the water. And it also led to, sadly, and I think this is something that Spielberg has talked about, like publicly regretting from this film that changed his career, is the impact that it had on people being afraid of sharks and also people hunting sharks and treating them as, treating each shark like it is the shark from Jaws. When the reality is that shark attacks are very rare. The book that Peter Benchley wrote, that is the basis for Jaws, It is based on a series of shark attacks that occurred off the coast of Jersey in 1916, and after an incident where a New York fisherman named Frank Mundus caught a 4,500-pound shark off the coast of Montauk in 1964. So the book and therefore the screenplay are based off of this real series of shark attacks that happen. But the reason that we know about shark attack, like the shark attacks that we know of, is because they are so rare. Sharks are not these they are not these predators that hunt humans, and if you are in the water, then you're going to get attacked by a shark. Like they still are rare. Even if there are places and breeds of sharks that are more common, like there are obviously sharks that are more aggressive. There are sharks that are more aggressive breeds, and there are areas like in Australia where there are when you look at the history of shark attacks where they take place, where they tend to be. We should be more afraid of hippos, those murderous bastards. Ultimately, the scariest predator is a human being. You look at the animal kingdom, and the number one apex predator are humans. Yeah. But all that being said, sharks don't hunt people. They use their mouths like we use our hands. Also, most attacks happen on surfboards where we resemble their typical prey. Yes. They are not, when they attack humans, it's not because they go, human being. It's because they mistake a human for a seal. It's why their other natural prey. It's why there are people who survive shark attacks, like a shark will bite them and then realize that's not my prey. Like that's not a seal. And so it's not like they bite them and then always chomp down on them. So the humans would beat the gorilla. So that being said, they'll spit humans out because we taste gross to them, but it's usually too late for us. Right. Like if you get bitten, if you get bitten and you don't have, medical attention afterwards, or if you get bitten in a spot where you just lose too much blood. But the idea of sharks, like with every shark attack is a shark that is feasting on a human. That's not the case. There have been instances of people who have like literally been eaten by sharks, but it is very rare. I'm basically saying that as like, don't be afraid of going into the water because you think you're going to be eaten by a shark. You know all the things where it's like you have the better chance of getting hit by lightning. You have a better chance, a higher probability of getting in a car accident. Like that's the funny thing is like all of these things that we have because of popular media, because of myths, because of stories, we have learned to be afraid of. The thing you really should be afraid of is like getting in a fucking car accident because of how often it happens. Right? Drunk drivers, shit like that. Due to the opening scene of Jaws is the reason I will not. Now, don't get me wrong. I am not a person who like loves going in the ocean. I don't like to go into something that I can't see what's going on. I'm not a big fan of water. I'm not a big fan of like getting into water and not being, I don't even want seaweed touching me. It's not even just sharks. It's like, I don't know what the fuck is in there. If some seaweed touches my leg, hell no. Hell no. I'm not as bad as Hassan. Okay. I'm not like afraid of the ocean. I just don't prefer it. I also don't like sand. I really don't like the beach. I don't like crowded beaches. I don't like crowded areas. I really don't like crowded areas. Like when it's a hot day, when it's a hot summer day, I'm not going to the beach. 1, because it's going to be really crowded. 2, because I despise sand so much that the thought of like having sand in my shoes, in my bed for weeks, which somehow happens, is greater than like wanting to go lay out on the beach and like have a little beach day. And thank you for the Prime, James Lee. Thank you for the 9 months. Yeah, I know what's in the ocean, okay? It's motherfucking Cthulhu. It's the beasts. It's the beasts of Lovecraft's imagination. Now, I do love movies that take place in the water. I love a deep sea exploration film. I love we have to go fix this rig. And so we have to go into deep water and then shit happens. Love those types of movies. I do love shark movies. I am a sucker for a shark film. I do love to Google like the creepiest things in the ocean, which only confirms me not being an ocean person. I enjoyed The Meg as well. Very fun movie. Imagine living somewhere like Australia where you can just step on something tiny at the beach and die. Yes. You know what scares me more than sharks, honestly? Jellyfish, okay? I have stepped on one of those fuckers before. They suck. And they're much more common than sharks. Yeah, the box jellyfish, no. Yeah, and like just even stepping on the sand, there's always little rocks, always little things that are going to stab you in the foot. Have you ever seen In the Heart of the Sea? Is that the Hemsworth film? The Chris Hemsworth film? I actually haven't watched that. I almost watched it the other night because I was looking up movies to watch, and for some reason I stumbled across that. I was like, huh, this is one I haven't seen. But I didn't watch it. There are box jellyfish in Australia that are so small you can't see them and have a sting worse than a man-o-war jellyfish. Fuck that! Fuck that. I did watch Fear of the Depth video essay on YouTube by Jacob Geller. I have seen that. It's very good. I like Jacob Geller. I think he's great. This is why we avoid Australia. Yes. Have you seen Deep Rising? Yes. Have I seen The Fabelmans? Yes. Ever see sandworms get pulled out of the holes? No, I have not. Finding Nemo? Hell yes. We watched The Abyss for film class, right? I'm pretty sure. Waterworld? Of course. Kevin Costner, sign me up. We did. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, that movie goes nutty. Talk about the backstory behind that film. I think I spent like an hour and a half going over the trauma that the people who made The Abyss endured, being in like freezing water for so long. I have seen Underwater. Oh, you worked on the VFX? That's cool. Yeah, like I said, if there's a movie, you got deep sea, you got a rig is broken, we got to fix it, whatever. I've probably seen it. It's a genre film that I do love to indulge in. Have you seen The Sphere? I have not seen The Sphere. They have a Universal Studios Orlando Jaws ride? Is this like, oh, wait, is this like the one at Universal in LA? Or wait, no, I don't think they have a ride. No, sorry. They don't have a ride. They have a tour. So the Universal Lot Tour is what takes you past the dock, and then they have, you know, the shark, blah, blah, blah. This is the Epic Jaws ride at Universal Studios Florida. This was filmed on the final day of operation. Oh, so they don't have this anymore? That's a bummer. Let me why did they get rid of it?
Come on, let's get out of here. Andy sits the base. Don't you, Freddie. We're gonna wait for him in the boathouse until he gets here, okay? Okay, base, hello?
Oh, one thing too I didn't talk about was all the foreshadowing for Quinn's death. One of the coolest shots is as the orca is pulling out of the harbor. You see it through the jaws of one of the sharks, you know, that Quinn had, which is foreshadowing for what happens to the boat. Also, of course, Quinn saying things like, and that's why I'll never wear a life jacket again. Just the fact that it obviously is built him as this character who, because he had such an insane brush with death, being on the USS Indianapolis, he kind of, first of all, has become a madman, but also has this feeling of invincibility. And he's the only one of the three that ends up dying to the shark. They zoomed on the scuba tank like 3 to 4 times. Hello?
Is anybody here?
Is there a shark here?
Oh, that's him. We gotta go. Oh, I'm jumping again.
W acting.
Oh, man, this isn't funny. Come on. Oh, just gotta hang on. We are out of here.
Okay, that's crazy. You know what? Take me on a ride. Take me on a ride that beat for beat acts out the end of the film. Like, I want that shark coming onto the boat. The boat is sinking. There's an actor who plays the role of Quint who slides into the shark's mouth, gets chomped. Harry Potter World took over where the Jaws ride was. Boo! Within the park, there's a portion of it where they have talking heads that sing one of the songs from Jaws to pay homage to the location it was built on. The power of Harry Potter. Add a real shark to the ride. That's what I'm talking about. All right. I want it to feel as authentic as possible. That's so fun, though. Look how fun this is.
Oh, that is disgusting.
Show me a place to go home. Ba-da-ba-da-na-na-na-na-na.
Wow, what a day. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your incredible program there. You guys are so
Wow.
wonderful.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, amazing job. I love on rides like this when they always thank you. They're like, they congratulate you. They're like, you did such an amazing job. I've always had a slightly different reading of Quint, where I think basically after he sees 3 barrels not even phase Bruce, realizing his boat's being torn apart, he subconsciously realizes this is the end, which is why he becomes even more fanatical and burns the engine out. I think he realizes it's the end, but I've always read it as like it's the final showdown, you know? Like, it's why he destroys the phone. He doesn't want any help. He's like, no, we're taking the shark out. He burns out the engine. He's like full crazy. And yet I think I always thought that like he believed he could end the shark. It's like him versus the shark, final showdown. He doesn't care about Brody or Hoppa. That he looks at it that it's like it's me or the shark. And the fact that he survived the USS Indianapolis, he's like, bring it on. But that's just was always my take on it. This is old, but a few different places do this. Would you ever watch Jaws while in the water? God damn it. I need that archived link. Austin American Statesman. All right, new sub goal for me to get in a cage. For me to get in the water. What if we just do that? If we get back to 2,000 subs, no. How would you even do like an underwater cage stream? Baby Matcha Latte, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Micah, thank you for the gifted sub. I don't know if I'm comfortable sending you into the cage. Yeah, I haven't ever really had a desire to go into a cage and then go into the water. Can't say that it's probably referring to this. Okay, let me see. We are chumming the waters for a Great Bite summer-long shark celebration. The Jaws movie party and Jaws on the Water in Texas are both presented by the Texas Lottery. Available. Okay. Blah, blah. So you get into the water and you watch Jaws. Are there like fake sharks? Or are you just sitting in one of these floaties? No, it's just real sharks. Okay. There's so much pee in that water. Everybody is just pissing into the water. No one's getting up. No one wants to watch a minute of the film. See, that's why I don't really like pools, because I know people are peeing in those pools. There's divers who grab your legs during the movie. Shut up. Really? Really? No way. Wait, as everyone watches Chief Brody and crew on the hunt for the great white, floaters might feel something tug on their toes as scuba divers provide an added thrill to the proceedings. Yeah, I don't know about that. I definitely would be pissing, okay? I definitely would be peeing in the water. For those who want an interactive Jaws experience while staying on dry land, our signature Jaws movie party is coming to Alamo Drafthouse. In addition to seeing the movie on the big screen, guests can participate in a contest and receive exclusive props to help bring Jaws to life, including a shark fin hat and a yellow drink floaty and more. Show me the way to go. For the ultimate fan experience, on Saturday, June 21st, Alamo's Rolling Roadshow is presenting an unforgettable Jaws in concert. I do love going to the bowl and watching great films with like the symphony playing. That's always fun. Like, I watched Jurassic Park and the Philharmonic played. The movie will be accompanied by a live score performed by the Cape Cod Symphony, New England cuisine, including lobster rolls and clam chowder, photo ops, and a limited edition Jaws 50th anniversary merch. Saw Lord of the Rings with live music. Incredible. Oh, I bet that was awesome. You know, I will say Austin has a lot of cool shit going on. They got cool stuff. Free bleeding at the Jaws water showing to make it authentic. If you're on your period, come on down to the Jaws movie party and Jaws on the Water. We invite you. we invite you to free bleed in the water with a bunch of people sitting in floaties. That was not me. That was Skies. Okay, I did not come up with that one. The one bowl that made me jealous was the Simpsons anniversary concert that had all the actors and guests like Conan. Yeah, I didn't see that one. What about Deep Blue Sea? Yeah, my favorite part in Deep Blue Sea is when Michael Rappaport gets ripped the fuck apart. It's classic. Subnautica, thank you for asking. Subnautica, I believe, is going to start at the end of next week. So we'll be getting in the ocean. We'll be going deep sea. Okay, shark cage stream. I'm honestly wondering though, like how would you even live stream that? Shark cage diving? How would one even do that? That sounds like a question for NMP. If anyone could figure it out, it would be him. Will stands on the boat and we see if the water turns red. Yeah, you guys run a poll in chat. Like, is she going to get bitten by a shark? Yes or no? Just give the shark my IRL backpack. Be like, hey, can you take this? Wait, Ginny did it? Used coaxial cable. So this is something that's been done before. Hi, Caroline. I like when you went to that taco place in New York. It was awesome. Highly recommend if you're ever in New York. I hope they deliver to different states. I don't know about that, but if you go to New York, you can have them. She has streamed underwater before. That's wild. It's possible awkward travel would drive underwater and stream regularly. Wow, people... all the places you can go with live streaming. I'm surprised that's something that Extra Emily hasn't done too. That seems like something that's got Extra Emily's name all over it. Be the first Twitch streamer on the moon? Yeah, I'm going to be the first Twitch streamer in space because I'm going on the Blue Origin. We're going to run it back for feminism. I'm getting on Jeff Bezos's penis-shaped rocket. And I'm going up into space. I'm going to be the first Twitch streamer in space. My teacher introduced Jaws as the Swedish remake of Finding Nemo. Well, there were a number of titles that were considered by Peter Benchley before he settled on Jaws. He considered The Silence of the Deep, The Jaws of Death, The Stillness in the Water, Leviathan Rising. I like the Swedish remake of Finding Nemo. The little shark that could. You know what I never said during the movie, and I meant to say, do not chum. Do not chum. Thomas the Shark Engine. Yeah, Thomas the Shark Engine. I can't believe they didn't go with any of these. Okie dokie, you guys. That is film class. Thar she blows. I hope you enjoyed. If you enjoyed Jaws, if you enjoyed our conversation, I do this every Sunday. If this is your first time, I hope you come back. Usually for a long time I was doing dinner and then a movie, but we have not brought back the cooking yet. But technically it is dinner and a movie, but lately it's just been movie. It's been film class. So thank you for joining me there. Great cinema, great talk, great time. Thank you. No, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you for coming in here and being a part of watching and talking about movies. We're going to make the movies great again. We're going to bring cinema back. You know what? Thank you for having... No, thank you. No. Thank you. No, thank you. Thank me? Thank you. Okay, so I was going to try and be like, oh no, I'm already at 5 hours. It's time for me to go. I realize I put gaming in my title, so I do feel like I have to start something at least. I must. I am thinking, show me the way to go home. Okay, so I downloaded a number of games today. Are you ever going to play Schedule 1 again? Yeah. Basically, I'm like, I don't want to get bogged down playing like the same games, because I usually game at like the end of a stream and I'm trying to get more into the list of games. So it's not that I won't play it again. I just don't know when the next time that I'll play it again is. But I did download like 5 games off of the list. Arya the Iggy, thank you so much for the 28 months. And there's a game called Maneater where you play as Bruce. Hi, my name is Bruce. I'm so fucking high now. Can you please say something that makes me feel normal? Come on down to the Slappity Slap machine. This is where you get the finest slippity slappity slap of all the slop that's ever been slopped up. So slurp up that slop before the slop gets slurped. How was that? Is that good? Or how about this? If you have Amazon, you get one free Prime sub a month to use on your favorite streamer. If you're using that Prime sub on another streamer, well, I'm going to have to kill them now. And that way, it'll free up your Prime sub to use here. So that way, you don't have to watch any ads. And a lot of people sometimes forget that they have that free Prime sub every single month. So this is your reminder. This is your reminder. This is your reminder that you get one free Prime sub a month if you have Prime and you don't want it to go to waste. So use your Prime sub. Because otherwise you're not using it. Luke, I am your father. May the 4th be with you. All right, Crumpets, you feel good now? Do you feel less high? Sometimes twitchy. Thank you for using the Prime sub that you have. Hogan, thank you for the gift to free Prime sub. Okay, guys, I'm going to start this game. And that game is called Firewatch. For tonight's game, we're going to be checking out Firewatch. Okay, I don't know anything about this game aside from the fact that Andre is always telling me to play it. And then I also asked Sam. I asked her what I should do. And she was like, how about Firewatch? So we're going to try it. We're going to try her out. Okay. Let's see. Let's display our subtitles. What else? Graphics. Motion blur. We don't like motion blur, right? Motion blur is bad. Correct? What else? No motion blur. Okay. Show me the way to go home. Okay, key bindings. That looks good. Thanks, Queen. You called me down. Good. Great. Okay, motion blur is evil. Resolution, we want 1920. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Great. We are already at 1920. Okay. All right. So, we're gonna start a new game. Okay. All right, this is a blind playthrough of Firewatch. Oopsie. I was going to move my camera up there. Okay. In cooperation with Panic Inc. I put the subtitles on. Boulder, Colorado, 1975. 1975, folks. You see Julia. Okay, who's Julia? Okay. She's about your age, late 20s, laughing with well-dressed professors and grad students from nearby CU Boulder. You, Henry, me, are out drinking with your pals. You approach her. With Riz, you are drunk. Oh, so this is a choices game. Okay, I have the choice between, so what's your, major, or you're pretty. Neither of these? All right, fuck it. You're pretty, she says coolly. You are not. You are a future hangover. What? You reply, confused. Someone should buy you a cheeseburger, she says. She flags down a waiter, and 1 week later, you are Julia's boyfriend, so it worked? Okay. go. Hell yeah. I, Henry, am a girlfriend haver. Oh. Okay. Oh. Excuse me. All right, is this my truck? She thinks my tractor's sexy. That's how I got the girl. You date for over a year. She drives you absolutely nuts. It's great. Okay? You move in. You share an apartment near the school with a view of the mountains. You two drink beers out on the deck. You drink beer just about anywhere. Life is good. Is this another game where everybody dies? I have no idea. Julia wants to get a dog. There's a scruffy, undersized beagle. Julia's in love. She wants to bring it with her to class. There's also an intimidating but gentle-eyed German shepherd. Nothing bad could happen to Julia while walking this dog. It's badass. Okay, so do I adopt the shepherd and name him Mayhem or the beagle? Oh. I need a beagle named Bucket. I'm sorry. I need a beagle named Bucket. Bucket's a good dog, and a week later, you've totally forgotten about the other one. Oh, can we get both? Julia loves him. You love him too. Guys, remember Bucket from Stanley Parable? It's 1979. You talk out on the deck. It's summer. 9:30 p.m. and the heat still radiates off of the high desert. What do you think about kids? Oh, God. Oh, no. Kids? They're not very smart or good at much. I'm saying if you and I have some, a couple little idiots. I'm going with One Day Why Rush. This is too much. Julia looks away out towards the mountains. We have plenty of time, right? Speak for yourself, mister. Don't worry, you assure her. You tell her she has the body of an undergrad. That's okay. My ovaries didn't get the memo, she says, laughing it off. One day, okay? I think if Will ever told me I have the body of an undergrad, I would be weirded out. All right, one day, she says. 6 months later, you get engaged, lying in bed on a Sunday morning. I'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Hey, you really have the body of an undergrad. You're really looking like that undergrad body. Okay, where am I? Where is Julia? Where is my fiance? There's my truck. I am in the forest. Does Julia still think... Oh yeah, I can make the chat bigger. Hold on. It's a Thursday night and Julia is 4 hours late. Oh shit, she doesn't call. You're worried and getting angrier by the minute. She walks in after you've gone to bed. It's now 1980. She's not quite drunk, but she's clearly been having a fun time. You fight when she gets between the sheets. Do I get mad or do I ignore her? I'm going silent treatment. You don't touch each other all night. The next day you feel guilty for being so angry and ask her about her evening. She says it was great. You hold on to a tiny pill of resentment. You make some coffee and go to work. It's 1981. Julia still likes to draw. She draws plants from her research. She draws all the places you go. She draws you. You pose and flex like He-Man. You frolic like a Victoria's Secret model, obviously. Julia was right. You are very pretty. Do I have the body of an undergrad? Wah wah wee wah. Okay, it looks like it's very hazy. Two Forks Fire Lookout. Looks like wildfire season. Alright, that's vibey. It's 1982. During the summers, you and Julia enjoy walking Bucket at night. There's a festival in town. It brings in folks from faraway places. One of them tries to mug you with a knife. Bucket gets kicked. No! Fuck dog, Julia yells. She gets flustered and has trouble speaking when she is stressed. You confront the attacker. You scare him away or you beat his goddamn face in. Obviously for Bucket. Your arm gets cut up, but you beat the guy to a pulp. You don't feel very tough. You cry your eyes out before the cops show up. Julia asks to take a different path from that day forward. You say okay. You don't want to go that way either. From then on, you walk by the river. It's 1984. Plans to have kids get waylaid by work. That's fine. Julia gets offered a job at Yale. Yale's in Connecticut, 2,000 miles away. It's a great job, associate department chair. She wants to move. You absolutely do not. Convince her not to take the job or agree if she commutes back and forth. I gotta support my queen. You ask her if she'll commute back and forth. You don't want to move to Connecticut. She says that'll be hard, but she'll do it if you won't move. You tell her not to pass it up if it's what she wants. Can I just say I think this relationship is on the rocks? She agrees. She flies back to Boulder 3 times each semester. I think this relationship is cooked. Julia is sent home from Yale on paid leave after having an episode. She lost it on a colleague for borrowing books that were important to her research. She didn't remember that she had happily loaned them to him just 2 days prior. Oh, no. Oh, no. She was found crying in the stairwell. You say that maybe you guys should talk to someone about it. You make macaroni and drink wine and try to forget about it. Obviously, therapy. After seeing multiple doctors and having many tests, they are worried that Julia might be suffering from early onset dementia? She's 41. You both decide to keep it a secret for now. Okay, what is up with these depressing games? Is that me? I'm sorry, is that me with my dong out? What the hell? That is not what I thought I was gonna see when I opened that up. Is that undergrad body? Bucket is getting older. Julia comments that it's kind of nice because he gets in less trouble around the house. A week later, she goes back to the university. I'm sorry, I'm still not over that image. Scared. Julia's affliction gets worse. She can't remember things in class. Her research is in shambles. She drives her car to the next town over for no particular reason and has to be brought home by the police. She is devastated. She's sent home on permanent medical leave. Oh, Julia. Young Ghosty, thank you for the prime. Some days you get the Julia who calls you a dope and your unborn children little idiots. Wait, is that good? Is that good? Other days you get a stranger. Oh. Oh. Wait. So, the Julia calling me a dope and our unborn children little idiots. That's the good that's the good Julia. Okay. She pulls you into bed to make love. After 5 minutes, she goes into a panic believing that her dad is at the door. Oh God. You tell her family. They are crushed and begin to make trips to and from their house in Australia to visit her. For a while, your friends come by with little things to brighten the day. She gets worse. 1988. You spend your days following Julia around the house. You count the seconds between the 2 weekly visits from Daniel, the nurse. He suggests that Julia could live somewhere else, somewhere with 24-hour care, a home. It sits with you for a couple months. You decide to move her into a full-time care facility, or you're determined to take care of her by yourself. That's my love. Neither of those options are ideal. I have a feeling that I'm not going to be able to care for her for too long. God, this music is intense-erino. Let's go up here. One of the guys who developed this game is very into music composition, I can tell. Do I have to kill this deer? Look at that dramatic ass deer. How gorgeous is the light? So gorgeous. It's impossibly hard. The worst is when you get mad at her, like when she tries to cook her own food. You can't do anything without her, and she can't do anything without you. When she goes to sleep, you stay up for a few hours, drinking on the deck, watching baseball in the summer, college basketball in the winter, drinking then too. You start going out after you put her to bed. The first time you do it, you worry about her getting up and walking around while you're gone. So you put a chair in front of the bedroom door, or you trust that she sleeps like a rock? No. I'm putting the chair. You go to the same bar at the boring end of Pearl Street. It's nice there. Over time, you tell Sheila, the bartender, everything. It's a huge weight off. You're home and in bed by 1 a.m. a couple nights a week. Why do I feel like I'm going to have an affair with Sheila? You look forward to those nights. One night, you are stopped at a DUI checkpoint. It's 1989. You blow a .10 and are taken to jail for the night. You consider trying to hide it, but you tell your sister-in-law, Susan. My Sheila! Julia's parents take the next plane from Australia. They can't believe the state that your house is in. Then they tell you that Julia is coming to live with them. You don't argue, you say you'll visit soon. A few weeks go by. Summer is coming and you see an ad in the paper for a job. This is so fucking depressing. You take it. Fuck, man. Enter the lookout tower. Okay, this is so beautiful though. Look at this game. I love a moon in a game, you know? Turn on the power. Do I live here?
Hello, Two Forks Tower.
Okay, Delilah? Hello? Hold left shift to activate. Hold left shift. Hello?
Hello? Whoever this is?
It's Henry, right?
What?
Yeah.
I'm Delilah.
Yeah, that's what the guy said on the phone.
So, what's wrong with you?
Excuse me?
People take this job to get away from something. So, what's wrong?
What's wrong with you?
That's a great idea. Go ahead.
Look, I just hiked for 2 days, so I don't really follow whatever it is you're doing right now.
You take a stab at what's wrong with me.
Fine, then can I, sleep forever?
Sure, buddy. Okay, now go ahead.
Why am I being so chill? I don't know her. Is this the Delilah from Hey There Delilah? What's it like in New York City? I'm 1,000
You're just gonna wait me out on
miles
this? Ugh, fine. But I'm gonna take a second here and have a guess about you.
Okay.
Let's see. I don't know anything about you. I say you got fired from your job and have finally decided to write your novel. That's the sort of bullshit reason you'll find a man out in the woods.
Good night.
My wife has
Welcome to the job.
dementia. Oh my God. Okay, there's the title.
Good morning, Henry. Well, I guess good afternoon. You probably slept like a rock. Anyway, there's still a few hours of daylight to get some work in. I can see you at your desk, so call me when you're ready.
Hey there, Delilah. It's Henry calling you 'cause I'm ready for whatever it is you want from me. Tonight you've got that undergrad body.
Hey, sorry. Guess I slept in.
You got a relaxing, 14 hours of sleep? Whew.
Yeah, Jesus. I guess it's 6?
6:45.
Whoops.
Don't worry about
Yeah,
it. That
slept
hike
into
puts everyone out of commission for a
6:45.
day or two.
What a
But
bum.
now that you're up, let me quickly get you acquainted with the job. There's a thing in the middle of your room with a round
Oh, I
map on
work
it. Do you
here.
see it?
Locate the round thing. A clock? Okay, wait. Okay. Okay.
It's right in the middle of your room.
Oh, this? Is it? Map?
You can't miss it.
Okay, yeah, I see it.
This is the Osborne Firefinder, invented in 1914 by W.B.
Osborne?
You use this to spot, you guessed it,
fires.
Fuck?
What is it?
Nothing. You use this to... Oh, fuck me!
Oh, I just met
language, lady.
Out your west-facing window. Are you seeing what
Hello.
I'm seeing?
Buy me a drink first. Confirm with
Are those
Delilah.
fucking fireworks?
I don't see any.
I need you to confirm. Do you see them?
Honestly, you know what? I'm just gonna pretend.
Seriously, are you seeing this?
Yeah. Do I have to go outside? I don't see shit.
Henry?
Yeah, Okay. Listen, lady. Bro, are you seeing this? No! I hear them. Can't I just pretend that, like, I see them? I don't... Oh! Okay, now I see them. Okay.
Whoa, that's not legal, right?
No. You need to get down there right now and stop them. Fire danger is through the fucking roof.
Is that really my job?
Your job is whatever I say it is. Look, the closest ranger is like 2 days away. Go down there and set him straight.
Do you know how compasses work? Wait, am I supposed to use the compass? Also, do I have a gun or
Do you
something?
think you can handle that?
Yeah.
Like, kick the shit out of him sort of straight?
No. Jesus, no.
What? I'm not a cop. It's not like I've got a rule book over here.
Just make sure they don't do it again.
Oh, you
Take
think
their
cops
shit.
have rule
All right,
books?
fine.
Don't feed anyone a knuckle sandwich.
Okay,
Get going. You'll probably
click
need a rope to get down the
orient.
shale between you and the lake, if I remember right. There should be one in the supply box on the way. The code is 1234. It's actually that for all of them.
Secure.
Shut
Okay. Oh, are we flirting? Are we flirting? Am I supposed to take any of this shit? Oh. Oh! I didn't mean to do that. Okay. I'm married, but this Delilah girl, no wonder a song was written about her. fuck, holy fucking fuck, that body of yours is absurd. I'm cheating on Sheila the bartender with Delilah on the radio. Click M to read map. Alright, where am I supposed to... Where am I? Okay. Wait, I totally forgot what direction these bozos are in who are doing the fireworks. Okay, so there I am. So I need to go... Oh my god, I have to go north? No, I gotta go west. I gotta go west. Oh my god, you guys. What? Okay, so this way. Okay. I gotta get the... Wait. Isn't the rope in the box? Where's the rope? Okay, so I go, it's on the way. Yeah. I have to go to the checkpoint. I do know that. Hey there, Delilah. What's it like in New York City? I'm 1,000 miles away. Girl, tonight you look so pretty, yes you do. Meanwhile, the whole forest is burnt down. Well, they shouldn't have put me in charge. Will this VOD be saved? This will be a highlight of the gaming. Okay, are we going the right way still? Yeah. Okay. Okay, I think this is the box. Okay, open. 1. Oh, how do I go to the next one? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Map, copy the information. Okay, updated map, great. What does the note say? Ron, hey man, guy couldn't take it, so I locked up his lookout and put some stuff in the box. Why couldn't he take it? Found one of those bars that you liked. Hiking into the park, but let's get fucked when I'm back. Dave. Okay, Dave. Dave sounds fun. Do I need this? Okay, I guess not. Oops. Now let's open that back up. Okay, we're gonna take the rope. I'm gonna deal with whoever is setting up the fireworks. I'm gonna strangle them to death. Let's take that. Do we want to eat that? Okay. All right, we're hungry. We got the hungry munchies. Okay, now. What direction? Where are the bozos who are setting up the fireworks? Can't remember what direction they're in. They're I just gotta keep going west. Okay. Oh God. Oh jeez. Hey there, Delilah. Oh, we can jog. Okay. This game is wonderfully uncomplicated. I feel like no game for me is uncomplicated, though. There we go. I see it. I see these bozos. Here I come with my rope. Okay, attach rope to the hook. Oh, that's why I need the rope? Oh, God. Okay. I thought I was going to use the rope to tie. Oh! Oh! Oh, no. My undergrad body. Shit. I feel like maybe I'm not supposed to do this job. How did I end up in this job? Beer can. These fucking assholes. Is there any beer in this?
You know what? Fuck it. I'm not the maid.
Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Wait, I have to talk to Delilah? Hello? Nah. Dumbasses. Okay, that's good. Oh my God. I'm taking these though. I might need those for later. All right. Oh shit. What's going on here? Oh. That is a 32B. Okay. Someone's having a good time. And it's not me. Oh. More? Oh, I gotta look at these two. Another bra. Okay. It's not... Let me look at them. You know what? Just eyeballing it from here. Say that's the 32A. Found them. Listen. Oh, you know what? Who am I to ruin their fun?
Whoa, hey! Put
Yeah.
that down.
Oh shit! What if I do this?
Seriously, it was
Oh
expensive.
shit!
Fucking cool.
Oh shit! Oh no!
Light another firework, and it won't be your stereo I wreck.
Yeah, bozos.
Fuck you!
Fuck
psycho.
you!
Yeah, fuck you!
No, fuck you!
You'll fucking pay for
No,
this.
you'll
You
fucking
can't just
pay for
harass
this.
girls in the woods.
Yes, I can.
Out of here.
That's right. Okay, my job
Hey,
here.
that go okay?
Job here is done.
It's done.
Well, that's ominous.
You're missing a lot
Hopefully
of the
there won't
story if
be
you
any
don't
more
report
trouble.
things. Oh,
Good.
it happens so
Thanks for
fast
going down there.
though. No worries, Delilah. I got you. I don't like this version of Henry. Why? All right, we got to go back. Okay, I'll do a better job at reporting things. Oh.
So they just left their stuff down here.
All right, I'm
it would be a
snitching.
bad idea for me to toss it all in the lake, right?
Yes, I don't think that'd be wise. If you could refrain from criminal destruction of personal property while on this job, that'd be great, okay?
Right.
Oh. I won't do it anymore. Okay, report Meadow.
Wow, there's a big rock outcropping down here near the lake. It's really something.
Yeah, makes for good camping. There used to be a group of guys who would boulder out there a couple times a year.
What happened to them?
Dunno. Just stopped
They
coming
died. Oh, report it again?
Hey, I'm back near that big rock outcropping, but not sure how to get back.
I'd head west, back towards the lake, and then turn north towards the canyon.
Wait, west? West towards the lake? Shouldn't I just go back to where I came from? Yeah, I feel like... Oh, fuck, the rope broke. Okay.
Okay, so from these rocks, where do I go again?
Go back towards the lake, turn north, and east through the canyon. There should be a trail at the far east side of it.
Okay. North and east. Got it. Every 2 seconds, he's like, hey, so, I'm a little lost. Hey there, Delilah. It's me again. Okay, and then I want to go north. Oh, Jonesy Lake.
Any chance of those kids getting a disease in this lake, like diphtheria or consumption or...
Consumption? Not if they're not 19th century chimney sweeps, no.
You know, whatever.
I mean, if they drank a bunch, Giardia maybe, but probably not this time of year.
Giardia?
That's too bad.
Oh. Wait, did he just say that's too bad? Kind of a dick. All right, here we go. Giardia is fake. It's not real. Can't hurt you. Maybe.
So, I have a bit of a confession to make.
You have a crush on me.
What is it?
Look, I was drunk last night when I welcomed you to the job.
Oh?
Yeah, well, you're not the first boss to be guilty of that.
I know, I know I can get a little pushy, you know, putting you on the spot about why you're out here and stuff.
Okay,
It's fine.
That's all right.
I'll keep that sort of a thing to a minimum. Anyway, let me know when you get back to your lookout.
Yeah. Aye, aye, Captain. She definitely is flirting with me. Because my body is so absurd. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Hey, I heard some thunder.
Yeah, I've got eyes on a storm out to the north.
Well, that's bad, right? Because of the lightning?
It just means we'll be busy. Hurry home and try not to get hit by lightning.
Yep.
I got hit by lightning when I was 9 years old, so I'm safe.
Is
It's not
that why
gonna
I am the
strike
way I
twice
am?
And all that.
Well, there was an old lookout named Roy Sullivan who got hit by lightning 7 times.
I don't like the sound of that.
Yeah, well, if it makes you feel any better, it wasn't what killed him.
That sounds
What
like a
killed
skill issue.
Suicide. Would you believe?
Oh my god. Yeah, that is a real story. All right, map information. Defend our frontier. It's the deer. The deer is unionizing the rest of the forest. Okay. Right, F to toggle. Can I use this as like a weapon? No. Okay. All right. She clearly has it out for you. It kind of sounds like she wants me to die. First I thought she had a crush on me, but now I'm like... maybe I'm being set up. Oh. Storm's coming in. Oh wait, what did I just walk past? There's a storm coming, Mr. Wayne. You and your friends better batten down the hatches, because when it hits, you're gonna wonder how you ever thought you could live so large and leave so little for the rest of us. Beartooth, Thorfair fire workout. Or fire lookout. Jesus. This is the old outhouse. This is where people take a shit. Okay. Alright, let me check my map. I'm a little lost. Little teeny lost. Okay. Where? I gotta go to Two Forks. Does it show where I am? Is that me? Oh shit, I have a long way to go. I'm a little bit off the road. Okay. So I need to go a utility pole. I need to go like that way. Okay, kind of been taking the scenic route a little bit. An old cabin! Oh! Maybe I can take refuge in here? Guitar? Wonder if it still works. I don't think so. Burned out bed. An old. Oh shit! Oh my god, I have rabies. Oh my god, I literally have rabies now. That thing just bit me.
Holy crap, I think I might have just gotten rabies.
Yeah, I think I got rabies.
Go on.
I'm sniffing around an old lookout and I got attacked by a raccoon.
Did he bite you?
I don't think so.
Yeah, you're probably fine. Wait, is the lookout you're in burned to a crisp and filled with raccoons?
Are there more?
Apparently.
Ooh, Hawk's Rest.
Why is she so
okay.
ominous?
I see what you're doing.
What do you mean? I just like to stay out of haunted places myself.
Okay, go on. Out with it.
You want to hear about Raccoon Carter? So, some years ago, way before my time, a man named Wintour Carter was stationed at Hawk's Rest. He was an angry loner. The story was he lost his life savings betting on horse fights.
Okay.
Horse fights?
In
She's
Mexico.
so into this.
So he did what a lot of us do in times of trouble. He signed up with the Forest Service to watch for fires. His first night in his lookout, there was a break-in, and the break-ins didn't stop. Finally, one night he awoke to find someone in his lookout. He reached for his hand axe and threw it at the figure. Just before the axe killed its target, he heard a small voice cry, "Help!"
What was it?
A raccoon.
Oh, of course.
I thought it was like
Back in
a
these days,
child.
the Forest Service wasn't so good about dropping off food and supplies, and Carter was hungry, so he did what anyone would do. He skinned and ate it.
Okay.
Eventually, Carter didn't want to eat anything else. It was raccoons or nothing. But one night, as he sharpened his raccoon blade, there was a scratching at the door. He looked towards it, and again, heard a tiny voice. Help! Help! He approached slowly, knife in hand, and ripped the door open. But no one was there. But then, from under the bed, he heard another small voice. Help! Help! Carter looked under the bed, and, of course, nothing was there either. So, startled but believing he was just tired, Raccoon Carter went out hunting, and for the first night in months, came up empty. Now, in bed, his stomach rumbling, he hears the voice again. Help! Help! And now,
This is a
he
fake
wonders if
story.
it's coming from inside of him. But then, a figure appears at the edge of the bed. Again, he reaches for his axe, but in its place is another figure. He looks for the door, and there are more and more figures. Beady, glowing eyes peering out through dark masks. He leaps out of bed, horrified, slips and hits his head. And before he can get up, he feels hundreds of little fingers and razor-sharp teeth digging into his skin. Far away in Bighorn Tower, the lookout reported hearing a voice echoing through the valley. Loud at first, and then smaller and smaller, until they faded away forever. Help! 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 And that's the story of Raccoon Carter.
And that's the story
His ghost
of
still wanders
old
through the valley
Raccoon
moaning,
Carter.
Help! Help! On hot summer nights.
Wow, thank you, Delilah.
So, if Raccoon Carter died, how do we know this story?
They found his body ripped to shreds by raccoons. And Hawk's Rest was filled to the brim with raccoon pelts. It's probably what caused the fire.
That doesn't make any sense.
Does anything, Henry?
Why is Delilah so scary? Why do I keep running away when I try to open this? See? Why am I scared of the box? So is that just how she's gonna end that? By being like, does anything make sense? Maybe you can't open it yet? Okay. Bro. I'm kinda lost. What is in the box? I need to get up. Need to get it up. I know, I gotta get to my tower. I gotta go this way. Okay. I'm gonna try to go around.
What are these power lines doing out here to the north?
Those are comms lines. They connect folks like me to Central Command.
Got it.
And, if you can see them, that means you turn north at the cave and far, far away from Two Forks.
Uh-oh.
You should head back.
Uh-oh. I'd be lost. Okay. This is very cozy. I think I'm gonna pick this game up. Why do I feel like I'm gonna get stuck out here at night? And raccoons are gonna rip my body apart. What is that noise? Use code Raccoon Carter for 15% off. Is this the way? A cave?
What's in this cave down here?
In Thunder Canyon?
Thunder Canyon?
Hey, I didn't name it. But in the cave, I don't know, rocks? NFS tells people not to go too far in there. It's pretty dangerous.
It looks like the path leads through the cave.
Oh.
Back in the cave, huh? I don't need to lose another lookout in there.
Another lookout?
They go in, they never come out.
Oh my god, what is wrong with Delilah?
Hello?
I'm just having a little fun.
This cave is gated off.
It's to stop spelunkers from dying without getting the keys from the Forest Service office first.
She's fucking
Makes
with
sense.
me.
Although Debbie says she lost them like 3 years ago, so maybe its mysteries are locked away for good.
That's too bad. I used to go caving in Colorado a lot with someone. Would be really nice to pick that back up.
Oh, someone
Fond
being
memories, huh?
Julia.
Big time. I'll keep an eye out for those keys.
Don't hold your breath.
Why does everything she say sound tinted with like me dying? Don't hold your breath, or do. Hello?
There's some guy out here.
Some guy? Wait, he's looking at you? Is he doing anything else?
Oh my god, is it Raccoon
I
Carter?
don't think so.
Henry, there's something someone should have told you about this area.
Oh my god,
is it?
what? It's haunted? It's haunted.
Outside.
Come on.
The whole thing. And people come and go as they please. It's madness.
Yeah, okay. I get it.
Oh my
Look,
god.
bumping into someone in the middle of nowhere is part of the fun.
Delilah! Chill! Alright, well that guy's gone now. He was taking my pick. Okay, I can't get up this way. Bro, this is why you don't touch grass. She's so cunty. She is kind of cunty. Wow. Okay, Henry. Parkour. Henry rolled up on 2 random people swimming through their radio in the lake. Yeah, that was kind of a dick move. But he's scared of a random figure. Wow, look at all the stars. Man, nature's awesome. Even when it's fake, because it's in a video game. Whew! God, this is some workout. Alright, I think I'm on the path. On the road again. Oh my god, look at all these rocks I have to climb. How'd I come this far? Honestly, I don't fucking know. God, I'm so tired. Okay. Oh! Okay, no one saw that. Nobody saw that. Nothing to see here, folks. There we go. We're back. We're back. Oh my god.
So it's just the outhouse then, in terms of going to the bathroom?
You're a man, Henry. You can go wherever you want. Well, number 1 at least.
What if I have to take a shit?
Full disclosure, I pee wherever I want as well.
Thank you, Delilah, for that. Thank you.
So this generator is all the power I've got out here.
Yep, it doesn't go through much gas, and, well, you don't have much in the way of electronics, so...
What about my hairdryer?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. You might just have to make peace with frizzy locks.
I could never.
We are flirting. Oh my god, the music. Why did the music just change? What the hell? Wait, I forgot to report it. How do I report the music changing?
What can I do for you?
Well, my typewriter is on the ground, outside of my tower.
You right?
Yeah, look, the wind? No. How the hell
You should get inside.
Okay.
Fuck me.
Or maybe I should stay outside. Broken window.
Someone broke in.
Hey, what?
They wrecked the place. Threw my typewriter out the window. Motherfucker.
Holy shit. I'll let the Forest Service know what happened.
What the hell?
I'm gonna have to fix the window.
Tomorrow, Henry, you won't be cold.
Was it you, Delilah? Just tell me.
My fucking
Okay, I put in a call.
That was fast.
Yeah, well, do you have any idea who could have done this?
No, dude. Actually,
I did probably piss off the girls at the lake.
well,
Ugh, fuck them.
Well, I'll have the Rangers keep an eye out for a couple of young women and question any they find. I can't believe someone would do this. I worry about bears and fires, and that's about it. And now I've got to worry about some, violent campers? Okay.
No,
in the
I have
morning,
to
I'm gonna
worry
call
about
my friend
them.
Patty, who works the desk down in Cody. They keep a list of everyone who's officially been in and out of the trailhead since, I don't know, forever, and see if we can get a list of names. We won't get much, but at least if anything else happens, we can refer to it and see if anything comes up.
Thanks.
I need you to feel safe out here.
yeah, I definitely don't.
Well, I sure don't now.
You will. I promise.
I missed the I should have pressed the option of how do I get a gun.
Wake up.
Oh my god. That was just day one. Day
Hey,
one.
wake up.
I'm awake. What's your problem?
Our problem.
Sorry, our problem.
That storm knocked out the phone line I used to talk to the service, which means we're cut off.
Oh no.
I tried radioing out, and that's not working either.
Oh no, this is how it happens in horror movies.
There's no backup?
The backup is the 2-day hike out of here.
So that's a no?
It's easier for me to send all the lookouts out to check the status of the wire in their areas. Yours is a good hike away. If you find any portion of it down, I can try to get a hold of a ranger and he'll bring someone in to fix it.
Okay, I can do that. Where is it?
Remember that cave you hiked through yesterday?
Yeah.
Of course.
So you're gonna want to go back there, go through it, and keep going straight to the north when you come out.
Will do.
Thanks, Hank.
It's Henry.
Yeah.
What, you don't like Hank?
No,
Yeah, I
Delilah.
don't like Hank.
But thanks rhymes with Hank.
No, it doesn't.
She's so weird.
All right.
Uh-oh. Why am I stuck? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Somebody super glued my feet. It's the bad ending. Delilah, help! I don't know, I'm stuck. Help me, stepbrother. I'm stuck on this deck. Oh! I think I broke something. Uh-oh. Oh, what did I do? Oh no. Oh. Some what's happening? Okay. This is very strange. I ended my stream. Can you come? I pressed a bunch of buttons when I was playing a game, and I like somehow ended. I like closed OBS. I closed everything, and everything's broken. I don't. What the hell did I do? I literally don't know. I have no idea what I did.
Okay.
I don't know if my stream is live or not because look at this. Everything just died. OBS is already running unless you meant to do this.
You're live.
Wait, I'm still live?
You're live.
What is happening?
Open up your task.
Wait, look at this. What? It says start streaming though. And why is Streamlabs in OBS?
The game crashed.
Wait, but I'm still live?
Yeah. See, there's your chat.
But do you see this?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't. The cam.
If you're live, just pull the game up here and keep going.
No, look at my desk. I have no camera. I have nothing.
You're live with everything.
Why can't I see anything though?
Just pull it up on your phone. Pull your game up because you don't want to end stream.
But
I don't know.
I don't know.
I've never seen anything. Literally, it's like your asshole turned inside out, and you're asking me questions only a doctor can answer. I don't know what you've done. If you want to keep streaming, or restart the computer and try again. I am in the last 30 minutes of the playtest. That's how much I love you.
Oh, I didn't know you were doing
No,
a playtest.
because I want to help you. But you can just open the game on this screen and go.
But you've never seen this before.
No, I've never.
You've never seen this before. You guys, I don't know how to explain what has just happened. I have to take a picture of this. I have to take a photo. I literally, I can't explain. I'm going to put this in the Discord. Hold on. Wait, I have messages from Nico. Wait, did you guys message Nico? Let me know if you need anything. I can't check for what happened, but I got a billion pings. Nico, I don't know if you're in chat. Something has happened, and I've never... Hold on, I'm going to put a photo in the Discord. I simply don't know how to explain. It's not okay. Why isn't this letting me? So I can't see anything right now. And on my OBS, in the controls, it says start streaming. What did I do? Windows, control, and left arrow. No, that's what it looks like. I truly can't explain what I did. I don't even know how to end my stream because OBS is cooked. I have to get back to desktop 1. I don't understand. No, it's not working. Girl, you have 3 desktop. Honestly, it might need to Alt F4. Windows key and tab. Oh my God. Okay, we're back. What happened? What happened? How did I make a new desktop? And the game is still open and I'm still stuck. Okay. What? Oh my God. I don't know how I made a new desktop, but I guess that's what happened. I'm going to have to restart this day. Are you sure you want to load? Yeah, because I froze myself. Okay, so what I did was Nico said you're probably on a new desktop. I didn't even know you could do that. I had no idea you could even make a new desktop. Oh my God, Will almost wanted to kill me because he's in the last 30 minutes of the Arc Raiders test play. And I called him over. I just went, what is this? So when I got stuck, I just kind of like hit a couple buttons really quickly, and then that happened. That's what happened. So anyway, now we know. I like that everybody immediately
I'm awake.
Everyone
What's your
immediately contacted Nico.
Sorry, our problem.
That storm knocked out the phone line I used to talk to the service, which means we're cut off. I tried radioing out, and that's not working either.
I'm just dying. I'm dying that I hit a couple buttons and somehow...
I mean, we've had issues with the radios going out in this area
and
before.
somehow I made a new desktop and I was in another dimension.
But what you can do is hike out to where the wire runs through your area and report back if it's down.
So I
Then
must
can
have
track
hit
down a ranger to get
Windows
someone on it.
Control D.
Okay, I can do that. Where is it?
Remember that cave you hiked through yesterday?
Yeah, of course.
So you're going to want to go back there, go through it, and keep going straight to the north when you come out.
Will do.
Thanks, Hank.
It's Henry.
What, you don't like Hank?
Yeah, I don't like Hank.
God.
Thanks rhymes with Hank.
No, it doesn't.
I don't even know. Yeah, also, W help. W help. To everyone who knew what I did. See, this is why I need you guys. Please at least put your emotes in a folder. No. Everything goes on the desktop. Oh, man. Okay. All right. Crisis averted. Crisis averted. That was so funny. That was so funny. Okay, so I gotta get back to that cave. It's like you had wallpaper engine but a black background. Yeah, man. Yeah, I know my desktop is messy. Okay. Okay, so I need to go. I need to go this way. Yes. Okay. Put that map away. Which desktop? Well, yeah, I didn't even know you could like make another desktop. But I guess you can. You can do anything. It's supposed to be for productivity. Nah, that seems like it's not good for that. I really thought I had ended my stream.
Oh, it's actually pretty damn cold out here.
Roger that. Warms up fast. The mornings are cold in Boulder, though, right?
Yeah, they are.
Because when I was looking at the I tried to open OBS again, and it was cooked. I'm not ready to talk about Julia. I'll talk about Bucket.
I don't know. I used to just spend a lot of time with our dog, Bucket.
Aw, that's a good name.
He was a good dog.
Wait, was?
A beagle. We got him from the pound.
That's great. God, Bucket! Hey, can you hold on a sec?
Sure. Just gonna keep hiking and hoping it warms up.
Heyo. I don't think so. Why, have you? Okay,
Wait,
good.
What?
Hey, your button is still down.
No, I don't think he has any idea.
Oh my god. Oh.
I'm absolutely sure. Would you? All right. I'll let you know if anything changes in that regard.
I knew it.
Sorry about that. Anyway, Bucket's a cute name. You owned him with someone?
That would be my wife, Julia.
Oh, like your wife, or like she's taken half my stuff, wife?
My wife.
But you're here.
It's not really your business.
Yeah, fuck off.
Sorry, but you're the one who brought her up.
Yeah, well, you ask a lot of fucking questions. You know
Yeah.
that?
Would you rather we just don't get to know each other?
You fucking tell her.
No.
Then don't swear at me.
Then please don't be so nosy.
Or maybe I'm just being nice. God, your wife must be a saint to put up with such a fucking asshole.
You know what?
I'm
Fuck
gonna go
you.
do something. I'll have a radio if you need anything, or better if you decide to chill out.
Fuck you, Delilah. Not every man who takes a job in the forest is divorced. Okay, what was I supposed to do with this cave? Fuck you, Delilah. You don't know anything about me, Anna Julia. My wife who's got dementia in the city. Yes, she does. Okay. I need to go to... I need to go to that thing. There? Okay, so south. Fuck you, Delilah! And fuck New York! Okay, wait, it's in the cave? I wasn't paying attention. It's north of the canyon. Is this the canyon? I don't know. Everything kind of looks like a canyon. Also, what was that sussy call that Delilah made? Okay, map. Thunder Canyon. So it's north. Yeah. Okay. Follow the power lines. Surely it has nothing to do with the break-in. Surely. Oh, rope? Hold on. Rope? Wait. Attach rope to hook. What hook? Wait, you see that? Look, I get close. Yeah, the rope that always goes so well. Oh, I don't have a rope. Okay. Gonna need a bigger rope. Good night, soliloquy. Hey there, Delilah, you're a fucking bitch. I keep thinking these are power lines, but they're trees. Man, okay. Let me just see this fucking map again. Okay, let's look at... Okay, alright. Okay. Power... Telephone line. Oh, the ... is telephone line. So I need to go east. Oh, it's right there. Oh, it's right there. Okay.
I can see the wire you're talking about. It looks like it's in good shape from here.
We'll follow it up to the top of the trail if you can. You can head back as soon as you give me the all clear.
Got it.
Oh, is she talking to me again? Oh.
So we really can't reach anyone any other way than these wires?
What else do you suggest? Smoke signals?
Just seems dangerous.
Well, if they don't hear from me for a few days, they'll send someone out, but I'd rather it not come to that.
Oh.
Can you see the communication wires from where you are?
I can see the poles, but I have no idea if the wire's in good shape or not. They run a good distance up to a spot called Beartooth Point. You just need to walk along them all the way up there and make sure everything's in ship shape.
Okay, chip chop. Chip chop chip. Chip chop chip. This is far. I feel like I'm gonna be killed because I know too much. What do I know? I don't know. But it's too much. Or maybe it's too little. Maybe I don't know that I know too much, you know? Dave, hey yo. I got your note about needing to talk. I'm sorry I didn't track you down. Been looking for you all day. Figured you'd be out near the canyon helping those grad students. With grad student bodies? But I guess not. I don't even know how I could really help. Anyway, we're coworkers, you know? Amigos, professionales. If you need someone to throw back a case with and go time traveling, Ron's your guy, but I'm not great with the life stuff. You get it. Later on, Ron. Ron's like, you know what, bro? I'll throw back a brewski with you, but don't bring any of that emotion shit to me. Thanks, buddy. "6 feet down under." What? Detective Neil Black told himself he'd never visit Australia, but when a grisly murder in South City leads all the way back to Sydney, Black is determined to make the killer say g'day to justice. G'day. Okay.
You wake up pretty early then, huh?
As soon as the sun comes up. Forest Service really frowns on us putting up curtains for some reason.
I just covered my head with my pillow. Seems to do the trick.
Wow. The forest could never burn down on your watch.
But what about yours, Delilah? What about yours? What about you? Jamie is over and Jamie is gone. Okay, how the fuck do I get up here? Climb? Yeah, it seems I am lost again. Like an idiot. Oh my god. God, how did I get so far? How do I go so far? Okay. It's time to go. We gotta go that way. I know, I'm trying to follow these power lines, but I keep getting freaking lost. Okay, I gotta get back on the path. On the road again. Ba-na-na-na-na, on the road again. Hello? Beer can. Oh god. That's a broken ankle. Okay, utility pole. Alright, we're back. Should almost be up to the top.
Yeah, okay, the wire's down here.
Really? Awesome. Good find.
It's like, I don't know, a mile and a half east of me. You just follow the trail up the hill, you can't miss it. I'll go see what the damage is. Hey, so the wire is definitely down out
Someone
here. I just
cut
found
the
it.
wire! You guys!
Yeah, the thing is, it doesn't look like the wind.
Oh god.
It looks like it was cut deliberately. It's snipped clean through, and there's a bunch of beer cans out here. The same beer those girls were drinking.
It's the girls.
They also left us a message.
It's the girls with the undergraduate bodies.
Idiots are gonna pay. Do they realize this is how people die? I mean, what if something happened to one of my lookouts while this was going on? And God forbid there's an actual fire burning out of control.
What do you want to do?
I want you to go find them.
And then what?
And then kill them.
I haven't thought that far ahead. That's not true.
Go to
Everything that comes to
hell?
mind is illegal.
Is that on their underwear?
Oh, yeah?
Hey, I came out here for a breath of fresh air and some adventure. What do you got?
I think I want you to just find them and scare the hell out of them.
I can do
Yeah, I'd make a spooky ghost costume, but they stole my sheets.
I'm a man in the forest, and there are a couple of girls.
Wait for them to wander off and wreck their camp. Something that would make a teenage girl run home to mommy and daddy.
I'll find them.
Thanks.
But I am gonna need a raise.
Don't hold your breath.
I bet you wish that you chose
I'd
the bear
start
now,
by
huh?
hiking back towards your tower and just keep an eye out for anything that would lead you to them.
Well, they're big into Red Eagle.
Great. See if you can find the path they took down from there. Maybe they looped back around towards the lake or something. I doubt they're where they were yesterday, but they obviously can't have gone far.
Okay, well... Maybe I follow the beer? Maybe I follow the beer. Okay, there's a can. God, how many of these cans are they drinking? There's another can. Okay, I literally was just here. Where's the can? There's... Alright, I just had to make sure. Just had to confirm. Yeah, those girls are crushing those brewskis. You know who would love to crush some brewskis? Ron. Don't talk about feelings and shit. But crush a brewski? Alright, thoroughfare lookout. This poor man's ankles. I know. Ah.
Do you see anything from yours, like, you know, clues as to where they could be?
Clues. I really like your enthusiasm for mystery.
I'm just doing my job.
What do you mean,
I
my
like
enthusiasm?
I do. I can't wait for
You're
you
like
to give these
Edgar
girls a
Allan
piece of your
Poe over here.
our minds collective. But no clues. I can't see anything from here.
Can I ride
Hey,
this?
I'm out at a ravine. What's this thing that spans across it?
That is how you get to my sector.
No kidding. Well, let me hike over.
Well, it's locked up and mainly for emergencies.
That's how we get to Delilah.
Rangers use it from time to time, but that's it.
Help! Oh, God, it's an emergency!
Oh, really?
Yeah, I got eyes on a tornado. I gotta get out of here.
A tornado in the heart of the Rockies?
Yes!
Holy moly, I need to call this in. Tom, Two Forks sees a tornado. He says he needs an evac into my sector. It's a meteorological impossibility. There haven't been tornadoes in the greater Yellowstone region in 100 million years. You're gonna need him to stay and take a detailed personal account, even if it means giving his life. Okay, I'll tell him. Sorry, Hank. No dice.
Okay.
Man.
Notice how she's still calling me Hank. Wish I could call that cable car, but I guess not. Alright, let me look at my map. Find the teens. Okay, there I am. Oh. Wait, why am I always confusing Thoroughfare Lookout and Two Forks Lookout? I am so far. I need to go south. I simply cannot. I simply cannot get those, separate those. Okay, we seem to be on the path. We're just gonna ride this. Wish I had a horse. Hello?
There's an abandoned pack out here.
And it's not one of the teens?
No, it looks like it was lost a long time ago.
Well, you could always pilfer it for supplies.
True. Alright, what's in this? Brian Goodwin. Is it a brewski? Oh!
Well, I am flush with ropes now.
Okay.
That pack was full of them, in decent condition, too.
Alright.
That's lucky.
I mean, there's enough rope here that I could just leave them hooked up, I think. Oh, get this. This pack came with one of those cardboard single-use cameras.
With pictures left?
Yeah, he only used 3 or 4.
Neato.
Thank you, Brian Goodwin.
Wait, who?
The bag had the name Brian Goodwin sewn into the top.
Huh. Wow.
Do you know him?
Wow, what?
Yeah, I just haven't heard that name in a few years.
Why?
What, was he a fella you had a thing with?
Yeah, it was so hot and heavy. Of course, Brian Goodwin was 12 years old, so, our love could never really be understood.
Oh!
Ugh.
I'm kidding. Oh. Not about him being an actual 12-year-old. That part's true. He was stationed in Two Forks, your lookout, with his dad Ned 3 summers ago.
Delilah, what the hell?
Great kid.
You can bring children out here?
No. I'm not a stickler for rules. They took off halfway through the summer.
Delilah, why?
Why? Where did they go?
I don't know. I never really hit it off with old Ned. And, one day they were just gone. Sucks. Anyway, so it goes. Have, fun with that camera. Try not to snap anything that would scar a Photodome employee.
I don't know. I got a lot of hiking to do. Might get bored.
Well, I'm bored as rocks, so I'll keep you company while you find those girls, huh?
We really are like kind of an enemies to lovers. Alright, Dave, guess who's going out with Debbie next week? No, not that shitheel Steve, it's your man, Ron. I went up to check on the new guy at Two Forks and heard him talking to himself. Wait, is that me? More than usual for LOs, so I figured I'd stay away. Remember when you saw Chimney Rock having himself in that hammock? Like he was jacking off? Like he was rubbing one out? I'm starting to think the Forest Service only picks the deranged and perverted. Except for us, of course. We're the creme de la creme. Let's toast to Deb at the spot. Ron. Fossilized claw. A loose stone. You know what? I like Ron. Okay, Two Forks is up this way.
Are you still grumpy that I called you an asshole earlier?
Yep. You don't really know what you're talking about.
So, tell me about her, if you want.
You know what? I'm gonna make her feel bad.
She's actually very sick. I shouldn't be here.
Oh.
Okay. Well, in the meantime, you are here, and it's beautiful, and escaping isn't always something bad.
Yeah, sure.
You know what? It's time to trauma dump. Oh. Sometimes I see a flash of something. Oh, thin column of smoke.
I see a really thin plume of smoke.
Yeah, I see it too. A thin plume like this is either a new fire or a campfire.
Oh.
Campfire.
God!
You think it's them?
I reckon so.
It looks like it's to the southwest of me.
That's right. If you hike towards 5 Mile Creek, that should put you in the neighborhood. Keep an eye on that smoke plume.
Okay,
Let
5
me know if
Mile
it's getting
Creek.
any larger.
Will do.
5 Mile Creek. Let's see. 5 Mile Creek. Okay, west, southwest. So it's gonna be this way.
I'm having a hell of a time getting this fucking flapjack off his ass and out to repair that wire.
Oh, man.
What? You like that? This guy is the freaking king of the flapjacks.
Yeah, that's solid. I'll have to keep that one in my pocket.
It's all yours.
Wait, is she talking shit? I thought that was another one of like the calls to someone who's not me. But I thought my body was an body of undergrad. Okay, there's the thin column of smoke. Yeah, wait, who was she talking to? And how much rope do I have? You know what, Deb, Jesus. Delilah seems like she'd be fun after, you drink a bottle of wine,
on top of a natural
the tea
bridge out
spills.
Really? Is it a complete arch?
No, I guess the bridge is out here. Still, I think I could jump this gap to get across the canyon.
Wow, you're a regular Evel Knievel.
Oh yeah, you should see the jumpsuit I'm wearing.
Hey, the flirting is back on. You get some whiskey and Deb. Why do I keep calling her Deb? Okay. Let's go this way. Oh, hello, music. She calls me Hank, so I call her Deb. That does seem fair. I'm kind of getting off track. Let's see. Where'd you go? Campfire smoke, 5 Mile Creek. So I need to go south, west. So I gotta go on that path. I'm gonna go to the west, but how am I gonna get there? Okay. Alrighty. This is not traipsing through the woods with naught but a compass and a map. Not so easy. Thin column of smoke. There it is. Okay, now we're heading in the right direction.
Look, just so you know, I didn't mean to overstep my bounds earlier when you brought up your wife.
Well, you did.
Well, you did. You can't just do that, you know?
I know. I don't know anything about you or your life.
Well, you sure act like you do. Deborah.
What does she have?
She's got Alzheimer's. Like, dementia.
Whoa. How old was she?
I'm back at the shale slide. You know, the one that nearly killed me yesterday.
Just
You ready to
quick
give it another
topic
shot?
change.
Do I seriously have to?
To get down to 5 Mile Creek? Yeah, afraid so. It's quite a ways downhill from here.
Anyway. Anywho. Oof. Love this endless rope that I have. It's like when I have unlimited bullets. This is only day 2. Insane. I need more money. I think that was a beer can. Yep. We're on the trail. Okay, here's the lake. Thin column of smoke. How can I get there? That's what I need to know. Henry Heike wishing the climb down killed him instead of having to talk about his wife. Yeah. He's like, I'd rather die. Oh, God. Oh, help! Deborah! Okay, how the fuck? Oh, this way. I bet I can move this aside. Nope. We're gonna go back under here. Think you missed the exit? Did I? Do I have to go back? Or maybe I go this way. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Are we cooking? Are we? No? Okay. Maybe up this path? Let's go this way. We are getting cooked, I think. Just hold on a sec. Why can't I climb the fuck up anywhere? Oh. Hold on. All right, this way. Why do I feel like you're going?
So, how'd you meet?
Oh God.
Met in a bar.
Why does she want to know?
The birthplace of modern romance.
I stumbled over and told her she was pretty, and that was it.
I did do
You were
that.
brave.
I was drunk.
I did do that. Okay, wait. Let me check my map. Hold on. No, I can keep going. Okay. I know. I need a car like an LA Noire. That's how I can make my own path. Okay, let's see the next note from Ron, if there is one. All right. What is this? Missing person Mitch Michaels. I feel like that's the guy that I saw. Doesn't that kind of look like him? These all just fucking pine cones? Alright, fuck that.
Boy, for as dry as it is this summer, there's an area down here that's lush.
Oh, you must be talking about the Aspen Grove down there.
Yeah, I think that's where I am.
Yep, it's
Those
nice.
trees are actually one root organism. Did you know that?
No, thank you for
didn't.
the facts,
Yeah, they
Deborah.
share their water as a colony that can live for hundreds of years, even through fire. Can you believe you're actually getting paid to learn all of these amazing things? Also,
Not
by
getting
what it
paid
looks like on
enough.
this map, you'll be coming up on a stream that should lead you towards where we saw that smoke.
And cue music. And cue stream. Cue stream. Okay. Lex, thank you for the 18 months. Okay. I need to go. Now I kind of need to go north a little bit. Okay. Let's go. Was I supposed to follow the stream? I don't know.
It's a really nice waterfall down here.
Can I
Given
climb
those girls
it?
love a skinny dipping, I bet they're nearby.
Oh. Oh. Okay. You gonna be naked? Yeah, why did they leave their clues like that? Oh. Found
I
it.
see a campsite, and
These
it looks
little
like they've got a fire.
buttheads.
Is it them?
That seems like it. I swear, they must have dragged 4 cases of beer out here.
God.
Track them down, and don't let them see you.
What a job this is. These girls have a full case of beer left here. A full case.
Well,
Dangerous
they're
hunks.
impressive little shits, I guess.
That is some dedication. Well, I found some dangerous hunks.
Dangerous
What
hunks.
on earth are you?
It's the name of a magazine for girls. It's on the ground here at their camp.
Oh my god, my
found my
fucking
sheets.
sheets. Oh, those
So
little
they
bitches.
did break into your tower.
Looks like
Those little. I'm gonna fuck their shit up.
their tent looks like it's been through the shredder.
What could have done that? Like a bear or I don't know, it sounds crazy, but even a bull elk if it's off its rocker.
You know, maybe I should take one of their sleeping bags as payback.
Yeah, I should.
At this stage, take whatever you want.
Alright. I'm taking it all. Fuck them. Oh.
Some of their clothes are
Oh.
all torn up.
That's not good.
Oh. Hold on.
Looks like someone left a note.
Intriguing. Maybe you should read it.
Okay.
Dear
Yeah.
Psycho.
Let me know what it says.
I hope you're fucking happy. We're leaving and we're going to find the police or whatever and tell them about how you creeped on us in the lake and then came and destroyed our campsite and all of our stuff. Oh, and stealing panties is gross out. You're probably a mental fucking axe murderer and are so going to jail. I hope it was worth being a jerk over some fireworks, dick. Heart. Oh, girls. You're so going down. I am going to fucking destroy you.
Oh, they're gone for sure.
Well, what's it say?
Threatening to call the police because they think I attacked them.
Oh my god, well, did you?
No, Deborah, I fucking didn't. Okay, but I did wreck their stereo. Nope.
Henry, did you attack or do anything that could be perceived as an attack to these campers?
Don't be ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous. I've known you, what, 24 hours? Maybe you're nuts.
Maybe you're nuts.
God, Look, I just came out here to sit in a tower, all right? Not get into some mess with a bunch of co-eds.
It's fine. They're gone?
Yeah, they're gone. But you should see this place. It's weird.
Weird stuff happens in the woods. It could be other campers. They could be having a bad mushroom trip. We really don't know,
Deb.
but they're gone. There's no way to call the cops. They're not coming back, and we can get to work. I'd really like to start enjoying a quiet summer.
Yeah, me too. This is my second day. Oh my God. Day 3. Maybe this job is not so chill, you know? Maybe.
Hey, Henry?
Yeah.
What do you look like?
I'm so hot.
Why are you asking?
I'm so handsome.
Because I'm horribly superficial.
I could be Tom Cruise's good-looking twin brother.
Yeah,
Oh,
nice.
that's too bad. I read in People he's like 5 foot nothing.
Yeah, well, you can't win them all.
Okay, well, that gives me a good start. Now let's see. In my scope, I can only tell you're a white guy wearing shorts.
It's hot. And maybe, by the way, I'm not white.
You can't just
not very,
ask people if they're white, Karen.
PC, or whatever they say.
Oh my God, you are the whitest man. Wow. I don't need a spotting scope for that. And if not shorts, then what do you normally like to wear?
I don't know. I like to look nice, usually. Well, I try now, I guess.
Had a bit of a schlubby period, did we?
Yeah, a good 25,
Dude, Deb
30 years,
is
yeah.
such a
But,
bitch.
now you'll put on a clean shirt?
Yeah, well, I have one that I got for Christmas, actually. Just, it's navy with white buttons, but I like it. I don't wear it that much, though.
Well, it sounds just perfect. Now tell me about your face. I'm looking at you across the bar. What do I see?
I'm so sexy, obviously.
A pretty thick beard.
Oh, have you always had a beard?
For a while,
I have
yeah.
one. I definitely have
All
one
right,
shirt.
perfect. I want to know about your eyes.
Get out of here.
What the
I'm drawing
hell?
you.
I'm
I need to
married.
know.
You're what?
Is that okay? Don't answer. I'm gonna do it regardless.
Fine.
Honestly,
Your eyes, tell me.
she weirds me out.
They're steely, cold, hard stare.
Like a Siberian husky.
Sure.
Okay, got it. Thank you, Henry.
You get what you
Why
need?
is she drawing me?
Absolutely.
Bro, also, this is the 3rd day. What do you look like? I'm not gonna keep talking to her if she's not hot. She needs some goon material. You know what? It does probably get pretty lonely out here. She needs something to goon. I bet she took that Dangerous Hunks magazine.
I got that window all patched up. So what should I do now? What's next?
What's next? What do you think is next?
Well, you've been the one giving me tasks
I
for
don't
2
know,
days straight.
like jerk off?
What's next is you sit in that room until September 1st and call me at the first sign of smoke.
Oh, yeah.
Why don't you let me know when you're mentally prepared for that task and I'll give it to you.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay,
I'm
I
bored.
think I am ready to tackle my long-term commitment of keeping this national
jork my
forest safe
peanuts?
from total destruction.
I am glad to hear you've really thought this through.
You know, I'm gonna hike around for a while before I really put my nose to the grindstone.
Oh, yeah, you do that.
Okay, now I'm ready. Let's get to work.
How were those precious few seconds of jobless freedom?
Oh, magical.
Good. Now get to work.
Okay, what are we doing? Day 9? Oh my god, we have skipped ahead.
Henry. Having a nice afternoon?
Well, I was.
Hardy har. Ugh, I'm finally paying for all those years of giving my bosses attitude. Look, I called with bad news.
What?
2 young women, Chelsea Stevens and Lily McLean, were reported missing. They've got parents out in California who haven't heard from them in a week. They were supposed to meet an aunt down in Cody. If they're the girls from last week, then you're probably the last person to have seen them.
Oh my god, did I kill them?
I didn't do anything to them.
What about their camp?
That wasn't me. You know that.
Don't get defensive. Look, it's not gonna be an issue. I mean, if they turn up dead, then maybe.
Ooh!
Should I just not say anything and save us the trouble?
I mean...
Yeah, don't.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. All right, Henry, thanks. Enjoy the sunset.
I mean, listen.
Henry, wake up.
Those girls. No one's gonna miss them.
Get out of bed and pick up the radio.
What the fuck? Why? Okay.
What do you want?
Hey, you big dumb idiot.
What?
Hi, Jules.
Oh, you sound tired.
I am.
Why?
Are you having a nice time?
I don't know. There's some weird stuff going on.
Oh, that's too bad.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
Well, I'll let you get back to sleep then.
Is she British?
Okay, Jules.
Delilah seems nice.
Or no, she's Australian.
Sure.
That's right.
Bye, baby.
Oh my god, we have jumped majorly ahead. Day 33. Okay, maybe I judged her too quickly.
Is it too much of a pain in the ass to bring supplies all the way up to our towers?
Well, I get my stuff hand-delivered.
Oh, how's that work?
It's the perks of a decade of service. You're out hiking in 90-degree heat, and I get to do crosswords. Isn't life miserably unfair? Anyway, when you find the supply drop, remember it's not just for you, okay? Other lookouts, biologists, a few people get their food there, and I don't want to have to call in for more.
I'm
Should be
gonna...
loads of good stuff, though. Beans, prunes,
Yeah,
jerky.
I'm gonna take what I want.
You know, my sister eats 6 prunes a day. 6. She's, like, really precise about it. She'd be great at this job if she didn't need wheelbarrows full of marijuana to function.
Okay, Deb.
Hey, Delilah?
What do you got? You found him?
No, not yet.
So, like, 2 weeks ago, you called me in the middle of the night? You were sleeping, I guess, and all I heard was the name Jules through the mumbles.
Oh, that wasn't real?
Thought it was so sweet. I wanted to wake you up, but then I thought maybe you were having a nice conversation and I'd just be spoiling it. I hope you're doing okay, you know, when it comes to her.
I am.
Good. I'm glad.
God.
Look. So, a couple of months before I took this job, I was with this guy, Javier.
Okay.
He's incredible, caring, sexy as hell.
Oh.
He was a driller down in Casper.
Okay.
We dated for almost 5 years. I was working with the Wyoming Outdoor Leadership School, and I was obsessed with it. I wanted to be an instructor so badly. And I was sure I was going to marry Javier as soon as I could be bothered. Walls was also a good excuse to get out of town, drink whiskey in the mountains, cut loose. Then, Javier's brother got killed working in Gillette.
Oh, fuck.
For some reason, I didn't come home. Javier said it was fine.
Oh my God,
He'd
this
go
is
to the
a
funeral, take care
lot.
of his mom, stuff like that. It'd be easier solo.
Okay.
When he came back, he left me. I came out here, I lied, and told my sister he fucked our neighbor.
Oh my God!
I've just lied about it for over 10 years.
Why is she suddenly dumping all this?
For some reason, I wanted you to know.
Why?
I figured you've told me so much about you.
I feel like I really haven't.
You know, there's something about me. We both fucked up.
Wait. No, I don't think we're like the same. Yeah. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I lost signal. Oh my God. Jay Dilla, thank you for the raid. You guys are depressed at the...
We are depressed.
Oh, because it's done. Was it really that fun? Was it? Oh, it's gone now? Oh. When's it come back? 6 months? What are you gonna do? Oh, you're so sad. How is Will holding his arms up? No idea. That picture she drew is probably really good. It's probably so good. Thank you for the 2 months. Supply drop. Okay, great. God, I'm sorry, Raiders. I'm sorry that Arc Raiders is over. You're just gonna have to hold on. Hold on. I'm coming. Hold on. Whoa, a cliff. Is this it? Yes. Okay, the supplies. You know what? I could use some more.
Found the supplies.
Oh, good. Enjoy.
Thanks.
All right, I got everything I need out of here.
Got it
Time
all.
to chow down.
Just yours, right?
Yep.
Who do you think I am?
Just mine. Not ours. Thank you for the gifted sub.
Hey, you didn't take all of the supply drop food, did you?
No.
No? I mean, I don't, I'm hungry.
Oh my God, Henry, you're
So
such
you
a bad
did.
liar.
I gotta go.
Gotta go.
You've got a front row seat for what might be the biggest fire of the year.
My God.
Yeah, it's really going.
I'm gonna call it in. They'll send in a hotshot crew for some suppression, but I bet we'll be stuck with her for the rest of the summer. And she doesn't have a name yet. I usually think of something funny or something practical.
Yeah, she
or
didn't call
a
it
little
in
risque when coming up
first.
with them.
Okay,
But why
Delilah
don't you do
/
the
Deborah
honors?
is so bad at her job. How about we call it the Delilah?
Delilah's a nice name.
No, you big dummy.
I was kidding.
No, you were not.
Oh my God, the
You're sweet, but we
flirting
can't call it
continues.
the Delilah fire.
Okay, what then?
I didn't mean that as a compliment.
How about my middle name, June?
The June fire. Even though it's July.
I like it.
I
So there's this creek down the hill.
okay.
And, you know what my favorite thing to do is?
What's that?
I love to take a bottle of whatever I have on hand, plunge it deep into the water, and let it chill in there all day. And then, on nights like tonight, when it is so disgustingly hot, I have something nice and cool to drink. I learned that from my sister in Santa Fe. She'd do that with a bottle of tequila near her house and make margaritas the size of your head.
Okay.
You'd like it there.
Are you... Oh my god.
If I was there with you, I'm sure I would like it a lot.
Are you looking at the fire?
Yeah, I am.
I love how they look at night. During the day, it's just smoke, but when the sun is down, you can just get lost.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're here.
Why?
Why do you say that?
Why?
Because
Tell me.
I do. I'm not crazy. I mean, we've had such a good time, right?
Have we?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't talk to the other lookouts as much as I talk to you. Not in the same way. And I know you're not really available, but I want you to know, well, maybe it'd be nice to get together at the end of the summer. Look, we don't have to plan or even talk about it. I'm just having the thought. I wish I was over there. It'd be nice to be near somebody. We could talk without these radios. We could, you know.
You know what?
What? What could we do?
Well, let me tell you. You're going fishing without a license?
It's one fish, and I'm sick of all the stuff I got to eat.
Well, maybe you shouldn't have taken so much of it then.
This...
That reminds me, I keep hearing reports from Fish and Game about a
This is
problem there they're
wrong.
trying to keep tabs on.
This is
Can
bad.
you search around the lake for fresh tracks and just let me know what you find? There was a crew burning fire lines out to the east, and, you know, I think sometimes it riles up the wildlife.
Huh. Problem bear? Fuck that. I am of the opinion that they are all problems.
Come on, please.
I cannot believe Henry.
Ugh. Can't believe I'm gonna leave this planet as a pile of bear shit.
Thank you, Henry.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow, what a... Wow. Wow, Henry. Wow. All right, y'all, I think that's a good place to stop. I'm at 7 hours streaming. It's past 1 in the morning. I did not realize. So the saga will continue next time. There is a lot going on. There are a lot of questions. There are a lot of questions that need answers. Who was she talking to on the walkie when she thought I couldn't hear her? What's going on between us? Are those girls dead? Probably. Do we care? Please read. There's someone who joined my It's not me. It's not me. There's like multiple impersonators of me. It ain't me though. I don't know how to join a Discord server unless somebody like sends me a link and then I accept it. Okay, thank you very much. You're welcome. If you get a Discord message from me, if I'm like joining a server and I'm doing stuff in it, it's not me. You guys missed earlier tonight when I accidentally pressed some buttons and then thought I broke my entire stream, and it turns out that I had made another desktop Didn't know you could do that. But yeah, that was earlier tonight. Good night. Good night. Good times. By the way, this game is great storytelling. It's a lot of fun. Please note down Fears to Fathom Woodbury Getaway. It's an amazing story. Please note down Fears to Fathom Woodbury Getaway. Okay. Is this the clip from when this happened earlier? Can you come? I pressed a bunch of buttons when I was playing a game, and I like somehow ended. I like closed OBS. I closed everything, and everything's broken. I don't. What? Did you hear him say what? Wait. Now I know why he said fuck. Now I know why he was like fuck. And then when he came over, he was not happy. He did not want to be there. And that's because there was only half an hour left of the test.
No, it doesn't.
She's so weird. Right. This is the moment that it happened. Uh-oh. Why am I stuck? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Somebody super glued my feet. It's the bad ending. Delilah, help. I don't know. I'm stuck. Help me, stepbrother. I'm stuck on this deck. And that was what I thought was the last thing I said. And I thought that the last thing that you guys would have heard from me on the stream is help me, stepbrother, I'm stuck. And then I thought I had ended stream because everything closed down. Everything closed. I tried to open up OBS again. It was fucked. And it said start streaming. And I went, oh my God, I accidentally ended stream. My last words being help me, stepbrother, I'm stuck. And then it just would have died. Or so I thought. All right, you guys, I gotta hop off. It's late. This is an over 7-hour stream, but it was great. It was fun. Another great film night in the books. Firewatch, loving it. Great game. Yeah, I'll send you guys over to Jaina. Okay. There we go. So, night, everybody. Remember, tomorrow I'm going live early. Fashan is making her grand return. She's been off gallivanting God knows where. Fashan and Ruth are going to be reunited. Those were the characters that Sam and I played in GTA. Of course, Fashan has made other appearances for the Met Gala before. It'll probably be around 2 o'clock Pacific time, so I'll go live and then basically jump onto watching the red carpet for the Met Gala. Yippee! Are you guys dressing up? Yes, we will be dressed in character. So I hope you come join for that. And then for our podcast, we'll be recording on Tuesday, and we'll probably do more Met Gala stuff. But if you want to watch like the live reaction, Fashion and did Jaina just get off too? Oh, never mind. Okay, we're going to cancel that raid. Nobody's streaming. No one is streaming. Just kidding. Mr. Wobbles is streaming. I will send you over. Sometimes I know I've gone late when I look on Twitch. I'm like, the usual suspects are not live, and I'm still here. See, this is why it's so hard for me to consistently do morning streams, because here I am and it's 1:20 in the morning. I'm such a creature of the night. I'm such a night creature. Oh, wait, Carter's live and it's his birthday. Okay. Let's try this again. I will send you to Carter since it is his birthday. Go wish him a happy birthday. Try number 3. Here we go. Anyway, thank you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Take care. And stay fabulous. How about that? Stay fabulous. Good night, everybody.